Cheers, legends. Sammy from Short and Stout Beer Reviews. We've got another birthday beer mix. Bit like last night, we had the Hawker's 10th birthday beers. There was 4 of them. We had a XBA, a half West Coast, a hazy, and an Imperial Stout. But tonight there's 6 beers, and it's for One Drop's 6th birthday. And One Dropper out of Sydney. They're in Botany, which is near the Sydney airport. One of our a bit like Hawkers, one of our top breweries here. So for their 6th birthday, they've done a collection of 6 collab beers with 6 breweries from around the world. They've gone with a few different styles, and they've picked out a brewery friend that's good in that style. So yeah, there's a fair bit of hype around these beers, so it should be pretty good. It will make for a good video. The only thing is I'm probably going to get pretty pissed. We'll see how we go anyway. I'll probably do what I normally do, just have like maybe a third or a half of each can, talk about each one, and then move on to the next, and then sort of give my favourites and my least favourite at the end. So I'll go through all the beers first. Cheers, Joey. Good to see you, brother. So the first one is called Kingside, and it's a Bohemian Pilsner at 5%. Sick as artwork. They've all got sort of similar artwork, these beers. It's a collaboration with Wireman. I'm assuming, they're out of Bamberg, Germany. I'm wondering if it's got smoke. Be good if it's a smoked lager. Because, most Bamberg breweries deal with the smoke stuff. It just looks like it might be just a straight Bohemian Pilsner. But, like last night, like all the reviews I do where I do beers side by side, I'll start off with the lighter ones and finish with the heavy hitters. So, that's number 1 of 6. And then second up, I'm going to do Endgame, which is a triple fruited Florida Vice at 6.5%. And that's a collaboration with Tripping Animals, who are out of Florida. So they're down in miscellaneous part of the world. This one here has feijoa, mango, and coconut. So that'll be pretty nice. And their Tripping Animals are known for their Florida Vice style beers. So third, we have a collaboration with Green Cheek out of California. I think they're San Diego. Not sure. It says from Orange, California. So this is a Cali IPA at 7.2% called Checkmate. And the reason why they've gone with the bird is, that's like the Green Cheek logo. What was on the last one? The flamingo with Tripping Animals. I think that's part of their logo as well. So it's almost like the characters on the front of each can are like something to do with the label of the collab brewery, which is pretty cool. And they go with the colours as well. So Cali IPA is sort of like a modern day sort of West Coast IPA. It's a bit of a confusing style. And then the fourth beer is this is going to be an exciting one. It's an experimental sour called Diagonal. It's at 7.7%, and it's a collab with my favourite New Zealand brewery, Garage Project. Pretty sick artwork. This one has strawberry, mango, coconut, ice cream, Ugandan vanilla bean, and sea salt. So that's going to be quite the fruited sour. It's going to be one of those thicker, like smoothie type. Yeah, especially when they've got to roll and flip the can and all that, you know that there's a heap of fruit in there, plenty of adjuncts. So yeah, that one will be good. And then this one I've actually had a taste of before, and it was very, very good. It's a collaboration with Cloudwater out of Manchester, England. It is a double dry hop to double IPA with clean fusion. Clean fusion is a brewing technique by One Drop. So Cloudwater have now started utilising that because they've learned it through them. 8.1%. And I'll see if I can find the hops. Yeah, Rawaka, Motueka, Citra, and then it's got, it says Eggers. Yeah, maybe it's a experimental hop, not too sure. But yeah, that's an awesome beer. Cloudwater for their V series, they did the V18 and it was a collab with One Drop. I'm pretty sure it's like a similar beer. But yeah, just in the Aussie market, they've done it for their birthday. And then the last beer, which is a very big boy. I'll be ruined by the time I get to this one. So it's an Imperial Pastry Stout at 10%, and it's a collab with Finback called Skewer. It's got the whale on the front, pretty sick. This one, it says cacao nibs, vanilla bean, toasted coconut. So yeah, that'll be good. They always go well in an impy stout, sort of balance out that roast with a little bit of sweetness. So yeah, let's get stuck into it. I'm looking forward to this. It's like my own little session at home. But yeah, I'm just going to be careful because yeah, some of them are pretty big. So I've got my Denver and Liley. I guess it's one of the good things about being on holidays. You can have a few big drinks on a weeknight and it doesn't really matter. So yeah, as I said, I'll start off in that order that I presented them. And yeah, we'll go from there. So starting with the Bohemian Pilsner. And I'll catch up on some comments. Hopefully everyone's having a decent week. Cheers, Joey. Cheers, Sugar Kitty. Welcome back. Cheers, Adam. Yep, cool. How'd your session go? Your session with Hugh. Cheers, Simo. Yeah, boy. It's going to be awesome. How's that hat? Yeah, I can't wait. Just the fact that it's like getting filmed and yeah, but there's a lot of angry people that missed out on tickets, so I'm a very lucky boy. Yeah. I knew what eggers were, but I didn't know what it had some other word after it, and that's what sort of made me stumble a bit. It's like yeah, freestyle eggers. Yeah, you got like a heap of different types. Charlie and Dad Adventures. Good to see you. Heavy hitter first. Oh, I'd love to. I had an Imperial Stout last night and really enjoyed it. Cheers, Ghost. These are the sort of beer reviews, brother, where you're at elite level. You gotta really keep it together doing 6 big beers. Yep. I remember you saying that he might join us. That would have been good. You were probably walking into places and not having to pay. Yeah, I'm doing them now, Sugar Kitty. I just wanted to present them all first, and then I was going to tuck in. So yeah, I could even kick on with him once I'm done. Because yeah, I'm only going to be drinking sort of half of each one on camera. So yeah, I'm going to be up for a few hours anyway. Yeah. Anyway, it's time to begin. Let's get into this lager. That artwork, delightful. It's good that it's a good mix of styles. I like the fact that yeah, there's only two IPAs out of the six beers. It's good. I don't think I've had any beers from this Wyman. I'm not familiar with them. I like the fact they're out of Bamberg though. That's pretty cool. So in the glass, I would say it's like slightly darker than your average Pilsner in this style. Um, about a one finger head. Yeah, clarity's awesome. Light carbonation. I'd say probably low end medium body. Let's go a whiff. Mmm. There could be a little touch of smoke there. I'm getting something a little different. But yeah, it's very grassy, quite grainy, like a mixture of bread and biscuit. But yeah, as I said, quite grainy as well. Maybe a little touch of some like lemon zest. And definitely, it's going to be probably more of like a dry and slightly bitter. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I'm surprised you're awake, Ghost. 'Cause you're normally up fairly late, aren't you? Yeah, one drop's definitely the kings as far as sours go in Australia. Their top-notch stuff's just as good as the big boys in the US, I reckon. Like your Drecker, your Imprint, your Mortalis, like that sort of stuff. I don't really rate 450 North. I think they're overrated. And cheers, Matt. Yep. I love Fox Fridays like West Coast stuff, even if it's Pilsners and that, it's phenomenal. Nah, this is more of a beer review thing, short straw. So I do have six beers though, so it's probably going to go for at least like an hour or two, especially if I keep talking shit. Yeah, I've had Pliny the Elder, as in the original. I've had Pliny for President. I haven't been able to try Pliny for Younger. That's pretty hard to get. And in the fridge at the moment, I've got Pliny for Elder, Pliny the Elder, the double dry hop version. I was sort of hoping someone else could get it and do a review with someone else, but I'll probably end up drinking it just as a review by myself. Anyway, I'm getting into this bad boy. Cheers, guys. So yeah, as I said, just looks a little bit darker than your standard like Bohemian Pilsner. Yeah, so I've heard. Eric from Thomas Metal, which is like Massachusetts beer reviews. He said he went to Russian River years ago and tried their sours, and he reckons they were some of the best sours he's ever had, and like was real surprised because no one ever talks about their sour stuff. And he's like I find his knowledge of like tasting notes and that really good. So he's sort of one of those people I listen to and think, yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Mostly buy them myself. Occasionally, I'll get stuff given to me. But yeah, I buy a lot of like I'll get them in like packages where I'll buy singles, but I'll buy enough to get discounts because I'll buy like a heap at once. I do spend way too much money on beer, but when it's sort of a hobby and I mean, I don't smoke, I don't have kids, like, yeah, it's particular. I mean, yeah, obviously, if I had like a wife and kids and a lot of other things to spend money on, I wouldn't spend the stupid money I do on beer. But when you're by yourself, you can sort of do whatever the fuck you want. So, yeah, different kind of sours. Well, I'm referring to one drop as far as like the American sour goes. But yeah, if it comes to wild ferment stuff, I would say Wildflower, Dollar Bill, Boat Rocker, Sobremesa. Who else is good? La Serene. Yeah, there's plenty of good guys out there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And cheers for everyone that's chimed in. It's not like you wouldn't say they've utilised like a smoke malt, but you sort of get that impression like you do with the Hallis from Schlenkerla because it uses the same equipment. It's almost like it's got that you get the smokiness even though it's not in the ingredients. And that's sort of what I'm getting with this. I feel like the brewery probably do smoked beers, and I'm still getting that smokiness, even though it's probably not part of the recipe. But yeah, it's apart from that, like I mean, I love smoke, so I was all for it anyway if it had it. But yeah, it's a pretty good pilsner. Very easy drinking. It's almost got like a even like a brown bread note to it. Like just it just comes across a little sort of darker. And even like I mean on appearance, it's even got a slightly darker colour to it. But yeah, it's like earthy, like grassy, touch of spice. The bitterness I'd probably prefer a little bit more. But yeah, it's decent quality. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Bracket, Matt. Now, because I'm going to this gig in Sydney in a few months' time, I might have to revisit the old bracket boys. I'm not sure what suburb they're in now, but yeah, I'm going to be in Sydney for probably 2 or 3 days in early June. I'm going to see Parkway Drive at the Sydney Opera House. It's going to be phenomenal. Real once in a lifetime gig. It sold out in like 5 minutes, and I just happened to get a ticket. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped about that. Yeah, if I go for 2 days, Adam, the dogs will be right. If I go for 3, I'm going to have to organise someone for them. Because yeah, if you go for 2 full days, you can get away with it if you've got like marrow bones and a heap of buckets of water and stuff. But yeah, anymore if it drags on to 3 days, it's like I'm probably going to have to get someone to come check on them or put them in a kennel, which is a pain in the ass because it's so expensive. I just had to do it. They're a band that, like they're just getting better and better. And I regretted not going to see them in Melbourne recently, and their show was just rated like so high. And I've seen footage from it, and I just had massive regret. And then when this come up, I'm like, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And it's real exclusive, like at Sydney Opera House for one. It's a metal band playing with an orchestra. It's a black tie event. You got to dress up. You're getting like special souvenir programs and all this shit, and they've got like champagne and cheese and charcuterie and fucking it's just going to be an absolute mind blowing event. So I just went all out and went fuck it. So yeah, I'll have to organise flights and accommodation now. I've already been pricing like flights and shit, but there's a bit of logistics involved because obviously I have to organise the getting to Melbourne and getting back from Melbourne as well. And if the dogs have to go in a kennel, then you got to worry about getting to where that is because that's out of the way. And yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Would have been awesome if it was in Melbourne, but oh well. Sydney Opera House would be sick as. I better get through this beer. This stream will end up going for 14 hours. Yeah, see, RAR are hit and miss for me. They have some stuff that's really good, but then I've had some that are trash. They're too inconsistent. Yep. Another brewery I thought might be worth checking out's Future. But yeah, most other Sydney breweries I've done. I did a massive amount of them a couple of years ago. I did like a big sort of 4-day trip and spent 3 days just checking out all the breweries. I think one I didn't do was Acacia or Acacia or however it's pronounced, but I'm probably not missing out on much there. And then there would have been like maybe a few smaller ones. I didn't go to like Modest and that obviously because they're sort of northern suburbs. Modest are fucking terrible now anyway. They're shit. They used to be good. I reckon they're only good because DJ worked there. Now he's mountain culture. No, I don't know. I don't know if we have that sort of thing. We probably do, but it's a pain in the ass. Our nearest fucking kennel is like halfway down the coast. It's about like a 25-minute drive from where I live. So, and it's out of the way. You got to go in the opposite direction. And obviously, if I go to Melbourne, I don't want to drive there because, like, I'm going to the airport and stuff. I just want to get on a train. I reckon I'll just end up. It'll probably it'll be to do with work as well. Plus, when you're in Melbourne, I sort of need to know what's going on there. Because yeah, if you're in Melbourne around the same time, then I can just take like a week off work. But yeah, if you're in Melbourne like 2 weeks after that, it's like I'm going to have to sort of take a small amount here and then more time off over there. So yeah, it's like I sort of need to know what's going on. Yeah, Green Cheek. Green Cheek did a collab recently with Mountain Culture, and the wife from Mountain Culture was getting around the office and slapping everyone with like green paint on the side of their face. It's a pretty funny video. She's like, "Guess who we've got a collab with, guys?" Whack. And it looked really cool too because yeah, both breweries have got a bird as like their mascot. I'll go a little bit more of this because I haven't had too much of it. And then I better get on to the next one. Yep. Yeah, it could. So, how long do you reckon you're in Sydney for? Because I could maybe even catch up with you in Sydney because I'm there at the same time. Because if I put the dogs in the kennel, I could just stay in Sydney for a few more days. But you're going to Canberra, aren't you? There is a new brewery in Canberra that are meant to be pretty decent too. So I checked out their Instagram the other day and thought of you because I knew you were going there. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely got that grainy touch on the finish. Very dry. I mean, there was some initial sweetness just from the malt, but yeah, definitely finishes dry and bitter. Yeah, good solid pilsner. Let's get on to the next one finally. Half an hour and I've only done one beer. I just got to remember where I'm at. Okay. So next was the Tripping Animals collab. So yeah, they're out of Florida, and this is a triple fruited Florida Vice at 6%, 6.5%. Normally these are like they're fruit. They you'd say they're nearly like a kettle sour, but a little bit more full on. They're not as like gloopy, as thick as like smoothie like a normal American fruit sour. It's definitely got that tropical look to it. Well, it's got a bit of thickness. So yeah, with this one, it was Feijoa, Aussie mango, and coconut water. Uh, Fruited tart wheat beer inspired by the traditional Berliner Weiss. Yeah. So yeah, they're out of Miami, so right down in the south. So yeah, like a sort of a darker orange, but quite bright. Um, yeah, carbonations, not much happening there. No head, but yeah, very like opaque. I would say like a medium body. Let's have a whiff. It's pretty much just like mango juice. Whew, very dense. Yeah, you'd say sort of like slightly like crackery, like wheaty. It's definitely more mango than feijoa on the smell. I have had feijoa a fair bit, especially in like sour beers and stuff. It normally stands out, but quite often you'll have it as like the forefront with another lighter fruit. But yeah, mango's huge here. And I'm just getting a little sort of faint touch of coconut, but it's got that sort of vibe like it'll be sweet and sour. Yeah, true that, Adam. They've always had really good, like big impy stouts down there and like sours and heaps of good breweries, but they're all like spread out. I think it's pretty good in like the Tampa area. It's like such a big state too. Like Drew's always complaining because he can't get any of the beers, but I don't think he really travels far to try and get them anyway. So yeah. So as I said, huge mango juice. Let's get into it. Cheers. Ooh, it's mouth puckering sour, which is good. Ooh, yeah, quite tart. That's what I want in a sour. I get so sick of sours that are just sickly sweet. But yeah, that's good. I mean, we are dealing with probably two of the best in this style working together, so it was always going to be decent. You're getting that sort of, I know with Feijoa you get that sort of tartness. I can definitely sort of, I'm getting it in the background, but the mango definitely is like prominent and taken over. The mango's like, yes, quite sweet. Coconut, yeah, the coconut's like very faint as well. But yeah, nice warm day, you could crush that big time. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm still waiting for Dollar Bill to bloody get permission from their council to open their actual establishment. It's an absolute joke what's going on there. They're out in like a country area. They've done all this work for the community and the council and that. And then, yeah, because you'll get just one neighbour that's like probably fucking miles away from the breweries had a complain. They can't get going. Yeah. Yeah, that's the exact brewery I was talking about. So yeah, they're called Cypher. I have heard good things, and I know recently at one of the beer conventions they won some sort of award. On Instagram, it looks like they do quite a few different styles and that. So yeah, I was actually going to do an order from them just to see how they go. It looks like they do limited releases about maybe once or twice a month. Yeah. Yeah, I sort of expect that to be awesome. Yeah, he did work for Oscar Blues. I think he worked for a smaller craft brewery that like a mate worked at or owned or something first. And then he went, I reckon he went to Oscar Blues, then he come across and went to Modest and then started, yeah, mountain culture. I think that's how it works. Something like that anyway. He always talks about how he used to ride around on bikes all the time and I think he didn't mind a bit of a chuff when he was younger as well. Yeah, I actually thought that. I thought, oh, it'd be good to catch up with people I sort of know in that area. Um, yeah, we'll see what happens. Last time I went to Brackett, I actually caught up with a mate there. Had a really good time. The Brackett, they're like the father and son at Brackett. They're real good people, and like I've only ever met them like probably 3 times in life, but the first time I must have had an impression on them because the other 2 times they remembered me and even like remembered my name. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Because yeah, I went to the brewery. I went to the Mountain Culture Roush Beer Festival, and then yeah, we went to Brackett, and we're only there for a couple of hours, but yeah, just having a good chat. And then I think I met them again at Juicy Festival, the Range Festival up in Queensland. And then there was somewhere else I seen them. But yeah, good people. So many awesome people in craft beer. Yeah. But I think like there'd be a lot of those people in that community that they wouldn't understand what type of brewery Dollar Bill is, and it's not going to attract like your I don't know, sort of your bogan types and your people that are gonna cause trouble and get really drunk and that. It's not that type of person. It's the same sort of people that like drink wine and because their beers are very like elegant and like they've got a bit of price to them and yeah, it's not the sort of place you're going to go to and just slug beers and get drunk. You can tell a lot of people don't sort of understand that what goes on with those sort of breweries. They just see all the trouble in the streets with pubs and shit. Yeah, I think they've got a rice lager in Aldi at the moment. I'm sure of it. So I reckon last time I went into my local Aldi, I turned my head like look because you'll get all the wines on the left, the spirits and that in front, and then the beers sort of to the right. And I remember looking around to the right in between where the spirits and the beers sort of connected. There was a couple of modest beers, and I thought, oh, that's odd that they're there. And yeah, I got a feeling that one of them was a rice lager. Then another one was like a Hallis or something like that. But yeah, when they first come on the scene, like their big hop forward IPAs, they were phenomenal. But yeah, as I said, DJ was the one whose recipes they were. I think they sort of, I'm pretty sure DJ left on bad terms. Like there's a lot of sort of animosity between them. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. No, I'm the same. I go quite often. I'll go to Aldi and pick up something that I know I can just sort of smash. You can't be drinking good stuff all the time. It's too expensive. And yeah, if you just want to have a sesh and you're not doing reviews and you're just like hanging with mates and that, yeah, it's just good to have something that's easy to drink. Hmm. I mean, I've always got a case of VB handy, but yeah, quite often I'll buy like I don't know, like a 10 pack of Singer or a 10 pack of whatever the latest BrewDog is, just to check it out. Or yeah, exactly. On to the next beer, but well impressed by this. Um, I have had a few Florida Vices over the years, and this is yeah one of the better ones I've had. It's sort of because it's so dense with the fruit flavor, and it's got a bit more body to it. It sort of leans more towards like an American sour. It's definitely more fuller than some of the ones I've had. So next up, we had the Green Cheek collab. So yeah, this is the Cali IPA at 7.2%. Checkmate. And yeah, this had Crush. Crush is in like practically every second beer in Australia at the moment. So you got Crush, Citra, Nelson. Yep, that's it. Let's get into it. I've been, as far as Cali IPAs go, they've sort of hit and miss for me. Well, just from that little sip on top of the can, I feel like it's got some bitterness to it. So it's got like a sort of a slight case of chill haze. I would say it looks a bit lighter in reality than it does on the camera. I'd say sort of like a dark yellow. Um, yeah, about a 1 to 2 finger head. I mean, it's reasonably clean, but yeah, there's just a little bit of haze to it. I would say probably light to medium body. Looks pretty light. And yeah, very low carbonation as well. Let's have a whiff. Yeah, it smells like dank. I'm definitely getting like passion fruit, but I'm also getting like some yeah white grape. There's a yeah like a some like sweet berry there as well. Crush is one of those hops. Yeah, as I said, I've had a lot of lately, but I'm still trying to yeah put my finger on what it is I actually get from it. I think from what I've had so far, it sort of reminds me a bit of like strata. You sort of get those like tropical notes, but like some berry as well. And yeah, it's got sort of like a dank and musty aroma. Maybe a touch of peach as well. This one comes across like it's got more of like a biscuity malt. I have found with Cali IPAs, you don't get as much of that sort of caramel. Tends to lean more sort of biscuit or white bread. Maybe a touch of grapefruit as well. It's like, yeah, some other tropical fruit. Maybe like kiwi fruit or something like that. Smells pretty good anyway. Cheers, guys. Beer number 3. It's got that sort of sharp bitterness that you don't expect. It's like just like there straight away. Hits you. It's got a bit of a grainy edge to it as well. But yeah, definitely white grape, like earthy. It's got like a touch of sort of like a peppery note as well. But yeah, comes across as sort of like I don't know, like a black pepper. Almost like a rye note, like slightly herbaceous. It's definitely dry though, yeah. You don't get much drier in an IPA like this. Better check the comments again. And apologies if I miss any. Sort of hard to keep up with them when you're banging on about multiple beers. This is where I'm up to. Yeah, I've found like because Aldi's German, every now and then you'll get decent European stuff. Most of the Aussie stuff that gets, I feel like it's sort of Brick Lane seem to have a lot of beers there, but it's mostly like core range. And then yeah, you'll get breweries like Modus and some of the sort of smaller craft breweries that were bigger and now they're sort of coming down again. Pardon me. I just wish in Australia we got sort of more. It'd be good to try more macro beers from like the UK and the US and that. Yeah. I remember someone saying the other day they had a Murphy's recently and really enjoyed it, like it was real chocolatey. Yeah, it's fucking rubbish how like you'll get a beer like Miller's Genuine Draft or I don't know, like Guinness or yeah, just all these random beers that are meant to be from other countries and legit. And then it'll have on the back Cooper's Brewery, South Australia. It's like for fuck's sake. Yep. Yeah, buddy, Cooper's must be flat out with all the bloody different breweries they brew for. We used to have a couple of, I mean, we still have a few of them, but not as many in my hometown, like Irish inspired pubs. One of them was definitely an Irish pub, but then another one just sort of, I mean, they tried to go with the Irish theme and it had like Guinness and Irish music and stuff, but as far as the layout goes, it just sort of looked like a normal pub. Um, and yeah, during the week we'd go for like cheap pints of Guinness and a counter meal, like on a Wednesday night or a Thursday night, and then Friday or Saturday we'd go to the proper um Irish bar, and we'd be drinking like Kilkenny's there, sort of mixing it up. But yeah, you didn't really see Murphy's. There's a few good Irish bars in Melbourne. There tend to be a lot in the sort of St Kilda area. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, yeah. It's sort of one thing I've found with like breweries like Guinness and that in Australia. You don't get all the well, we don't seem to get all the special editions of stuff. And in the US, they'll have like these special editions of Guinness and like even like Foster's and stuff. And it's like we don't even get that here. It'd be particular beers, and you think, oh, you'd think it'd be like a worldwide thing. Yeah. I remember I had a real fancy bottle of Guinness when I first got into craft beer. It was the name of it was like a year, like 1840 or something like that. And I can't remember what it was that was good about it, but it was in like a big bomber bottle. I've got like the empty bottle sitting up in a cupboard somewhere. But yeah, just being able to try something like that now would be cool because yeah, obviously more into craft beer and advanced palate and like better knowledge than what I used to and stuff. Anyway, back to this beer. It's sort of good how you're getting like a combination of all different fruits. That's one thing I have found with the Cali IPAs. I think because the malt backbone's lighter and they tend to use more sort of New World hops, you get like some more tropical notes than what you do in like a lot of your older American IPAs. I do prefer citrus and pine and all your older flavors, but I mean, it's good just to have some different styles. Yeah, yeah. Can't get over how dry that is. So yeah, dry, bitter, lighter malt body, good combination of like juice notes. Yeah, as I said, like passion fruit, like a yeah, maybe like a kiwi or a papaya or something like that. Some grapefruit, some peach, and then yeah, like your white wine characters, like some yeah, like a white grape, and then yeah, berry. But the berry I got was sort of a mixture of different berries, because you sort of got that white green sort of berry that you do get with like your gooseberry or whatever. But I was sort of picking up on like strawberry or blueberry or something like that from the crush. Yeah, let's get on to the next. I'm halfway, and it's at an hour. So here we go, the big sour. The experimental sour at 7.7. Collab with my boys out of New Zealand, Garage Project. Garage Project have got a new beer out. It's I think it's like a very dank Westie. It's called like In the Pines, and they had it sitting in like pine trees for the promo. I'm like, oh, I've got to get that. I think it had New Zealand Cascade in it, and that's a hop I'm really enjoying at the moment. It says here Diagonal is probably the most experimental beer we've made in Yonks. There you go. Beginning its journey by blending a tertiary cultured kettle sour with an imperial pastry stout to give a lusciously tart, dark Moorish base on which additions of strawberry, mango, coconut, ice cream, Ugandan vanilla, and Marlborough sea salt meld together to give the eyes and the mouth truly out of this subcontinent experience. Kia ora and welcome to the board. I better shake this one up a bit too. Yeah, I think this one's going to be a bit out there. It's very interesting artwork. It's like, is that the Pope's clothing? Or like in some sort of like an archbishop? It's definitely something in the like Catholic, yeah, church. Looks like the Pope's clothing anyway. It's like a skeleton wearing the Pope's stuff. Okay, let's do this shit. Oh my god. It is a completely different beast than what I thought it was. I didn't spill any, thank God. Would you look at that? Wow. That is whacked. So I would definitely describe the color as chocolate. Um, massively frothy. Very, very lucky not to spill any. So yeah, we'll wait till that settles down a bit. So yeah, very creamy. Um, yeah, what else can I say? It looks like it's fairly full-bodied. Yeah, it's very like a big shock to the eyes. I just didn't expect it to look like that. But yeah, then when I read the back, how it said something about a blend with a stout, I was like, what the hell? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. You can tell I slightly know my Catholic stuff, but I don't have a clue about chess. Anti-Pope. Yep. So what was it again? Kettle sour mixed with an imperial pastry stout to get a tart, dark Moorish base Additions of strawberry, mango, coconut, ice cream, vanilla, and sea salt. Wow, we're in for a treat. Chocolate super highway. Oh yeah. Might try and get rid of that froth on top. Okay, let's try and get a nose out of this. I feel like it's going to be hard. So I'm getting like huge chocolate and vanilla. The mango as well. I mean, the fact that I had that mango beer before, it's still sort of there. Like as soon as I smelt this, it was like smelling that again. You're almost getting sort of like a salted caramel sort of touch as well. But yeah, it smells like it's like obviously more sweet than tart. Yeah, it's just got that like a yeah, it sort of reminds me of like chocolate and vanilla ice cream together. Did they say there was some sort of berry? Yeah, strawberry. I am getting like a little berry sort of sweetness, but it's quite faint. Yeah, you're definitely getting mango there. It's going to be a weird beast, this one. Yeah, wash your glass, definitely. I'll have a little intermission and go to the toilet. Wash the glass. Cheers, Wilco. Good to see you, brother. I'm doing all those one drop beers together. I'm on to number 4 at the moment. The well, so far all three of them have been pretty good. Like the first ones. I'd probably say the tripping animal sour has probably been the pick of the three. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. It's just such a shock to the system seeing like what it looked like. Yeah, liked it more as it warmed. Have you tried all 6? Actually, you had all 6 at the event, didn't you? It's very weird, like sort of chocolate vanilla ice cream with like mango and berry and like a salty sort of touch. And you're getting tartness as well as sweetness. Anyway, I'm gonna drink it. See how it goes. Look at that. Cheers, guys. Normally a beer like this, I would be like, nah. Even before I tried, I'd sort of be finding ways to write it off. But it actually works. I feel like the mango's like quite prominent, but it still seems to go all right with the chocolate and the vanilla ice cream sort of thing. The fact that they've used like strawberry as well probably works. Probably gives off that like um, Neapolitan sort of thing. you are getting that touch of like saltiness, which sort of reminds me of like salted caramel. I mean, being a stout, you're probably getting caramel from the malt that's in there, like that combination of the stout with the what was it, a stout and a Berliner Weiss or something? A stout and a kettled sour. Mm. It's like quite creamy, obviously. Yeah, true that. I think too. I think in this situation, because it's more sweet than sour, that actually helps it work. Like the balance is there. If this was more sort of like that, I don't know, like the mouth puckering sourness I had in that first one, I just feel like this beer would be like out of balance and yeah, it'd be terrible. It just wouldn't work. But yeah, something about it, like it's quite enjoyable. It's just very deceiving to the eyes and just got some sort of weird ingredients that you wouldn't think to have together. But in saying all that, it wouldn't be the sort of beer I would order again. It's like a one and done. Um, if there was a similar beer that I knew that they brewed that had like it had similar characteristics but with just different ingredients, I'd probably go, yeah, I'll give that a try. But I just feel like this isn't the sort of beer. Yeah, once you've had it, it's sort of that's enough. Like if people get what I mean. Yeah, smooth and creamy. Wash your glass. Yeah, muddy water. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having that. I only had the one can, but yeah, it was awesome. If you drank it now, it would be a totally different beast, I reckon. I just reckon it would have lost most its like sweetness from the adjuncts. They're I've always felt with one drop when they do like adjunct stouts, I feel like they've got potential, but they just don't. They're just not quite at that sort of like elite level. You do get the occasional one where you're like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. But most of the time, there's just something lacking, or whether it be maybe the base isn't sort of strong enough to hold up all the different, like the sweetness of all the adjuncts, or and they are very pricey as well. Their stouts are probably some of the most expensive in the country, I reckon. So it's like you really, really want to know it's good if you're going to buy a can. It's why it's always good when you go to like a tap takeover and try a heap of beers for like a lot less of the cost. But yeah, I better have a intermission and wash this glass after this. So yeah, next up we've got the Cloudwater collaboration, the double dry hopped double IPA. That was the one I'd already tried a little bit of with Wilco, who's here in the chat. And yeah, that was a great beer. And then yeah, last but not least, the Finback collab, the Imperial Pastry Stout. That's got cacao nibs, vanilla bean, and toasted coconut. Three of my favourite adjuncts. Yeah, well, the Pilsner's like, it's solid, but if it'd be one of those beers, if you didn't try it, you're not missing out on anything. The stout, I can't tell you yet, but we'll be able to let you know in about an hour's time. Yep. Yeah, they have like a best before date of ridiculous, but whenever it's sweet adjuncts like marshmallow and vanilla and whatever, you just know that the flavours, they die in the arse after about 6 months to a year. An adjunct like maple might hold for a bit longer. 2 beers, 1 Aussie. Yeah, the fact that it's barrel aged and yeah, like nutty and maple, it's probably going to still be decent, but I just think you're going to lose a lot of that, like the sweetness. Vanilla can sometimes sort of hold its own. It's probably too if it's special, like if it's a good quality like vanilla bean, like your Madagascan or your Ugandan. Some of the bloody shitty fucking imitation vanillas they use, they're like that synthetic sort of taste. They're terrible. But yeah, one drop wouldn't use that sort of shit. Cheers, Angie. Just see you, mate. How'd your stream go? I was going to check it out, but I think when you started it or something, you'd gone not long after you'd started. I don't know what happened, and then yeah, another time I checked and you weren't going. I thought it would have been the sort of stream where you would have been going for yonks. I had a snooze at one stage. Cheers, Wendy. Cheers, Stewie. Good to see you. All the way from lovely Scotland. The old wax tops can be an absolute prick to get rid of. I love when you get a wax bottle and it cuts real easy and you're like, good, saved a lot of trouble. And then there's some you get and you're hacking at it for fucking ages. And you're like, is this beer really worth all this hassle? So we're an hour and 15 in. We're just wrapping up beer 4 of 6. And because it was such a messy little number, I'm going to go have a quick toilet break and I'm going to wash the glass. So, yeah, bear with us for like 2 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys. Nice clean glass again. So, beer number 5 out of 6. So yeah, out of all the 6 beers, this was the only one I'd had a bit of a taste of. And yeah, as I said, with Wilco, my mate who's in the chat here, we had the Cloudwater one drop collab. It's called Angel's Gambit. Double dry hopped, double IPA with clean fusion. Clean fusion's like a brewing technique by One Drop that other breweries are starting to utilise now. Yeah, this one had Rawaka, Motueka, Citra, and I think it's got some sort of experimental hop in it as well. And yeah, as I said earlier, Cloudwater, who do their V series in the double IPAs, they did a collaboration with One Drop, and it was utilising this clean fusion. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same beer or just slightly different. So yeah, let's get into it. One drop do rule, Joey. You know it, brother. So yeah, from what I remember of this beer, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was top-notch quality for a dipper. So it pours like a sort of in between a yellow and an orange. It looks all right. It's probably a bit lighter in the camera. Probably more of an orange tinge than what it looks like on the camera. About a 1 or 2 finger head. I would say slightly hazy in appearance. Probably medium body. Like mild carbonation. Let's go with. It's got like peach, passion fruit. There's like some sweetness, some tartness. My dog's just chilling behind me now. I would say with this one, probably more like a white bready backbone. You can tell it's got like your flaked wheat, your oats. Some pineapple as well. Maybe some orange and lemon. Smells like it's like quite bright. Yeah, like a touch of sweetness, touch of tartness. Little zingy, if you may. Sammy is a tart. Cheers, Wilco. Thanks for chiming in, mate. Hopefully works all right for you. There's like a berry touch to it as well, like sort of sweet mixed berries. Yeah, anyway, let's get into it. Cheers, guys. Hopefully I haven't missed any comments. See something about money up ahead. What is it? Been watching a channel that does shorts of wines, 1950 for a 3-litre bottle of wine. If you have one drop of Aussie blood, you love to drink. Yeah. Cheers. Can you hear those birds? Cockatoos. Ooh. Passion fruit and peach. Definitely the main notes I'm getting. It's got some dryness there. Like, yeah, you're getting like a, as I said, like mixed berry, some grape. It's almost got like a slightly chalky mouthfeel. Like that slight paracetamol thing, but yeah, as I've said in the past, it's sometimes like a good thing. It definitely comes across more of a one drop beer than a cloud water, but you can see the cloud water sort of spin on it as well. So yeah, it's sort of like it's a fair balance between sweet and dry. So I think I've been sitting on this now for, I reckon it'd be about 3 weeks, maybe since it was brewed. Um, I think when I had it with Wilco, I think it was about a week and a half ago. I feel like it drank slightly better then. But yeah, very, very good beer. There's definitely like a berry vibe to it. Those kiwi hops, they're delightful. I'll go a little bit more. Can't stop burping. But yeah, overall, I'd probably say, yeah, probably citrus forward the most. Just that sort of like orange, lemon, lime. I'm not really getting grapefruit with this one, which is probably, I mean, you get grapefruit in so many beers, so it's definitely got that zingy lime, lemon zest. Like it reminds me of like, yeah, like a sweet peach tea, like a white peach. Yeah, it's good. Very little bitterness. The IBUs would be very low on this one. And yeah, I'm not really getting dankness or anything like that. Not getting any pine. It's just all about the sort of juice, this one. And yeah, because you're getting like, yeah, a lot of citrus, like passion fruit, pineapple, some stone fruit as well. Like, yeah, it's quite complex. But yeah, as far as the booze goes, 8.1, probably say it drinks about where it is. Body wise, yeah, you'd probably maybe expect a little more body to it, being a double, and especially like a Cloudwater beer. But yeah, I feel like it drinks about where it is, maybe slightly lower. You're certainly not getting any boozy, like off-putting flavours or anything like that. Oh, what is with all these burps and hiccups? It says fresh 2024 crop Citra from B&D Farms in Oregon. So they've pretty much got 4 different hops, and 3 of them are from like different farms. Yeah. It's getting quite warm now. It was the same last night. I don't feel as like pissy as last night. Like I still feel like quite good. It'll be different after this stout, but yeah, last night after sort of halfway through that 4th beer, I was starting to feel. I've probably had a bit more to eat today, which helps. Ghost is getting old. Did you fall asleep? So yeah, good beer that. I would probably say out of the 5 so far, I've probably got 2 that would be like equal favourites. But yeah, let's see how this stout goes before I make a final call. I'm running out of room on my bloody coffee table. I've got nowhere to put anything. Got bloody 6 half-drank beers and nowhere to put them. So, yeah, these guys are obviously known for their empty stouts. They've actually done a few collaborations with Aussie breweries before. Mountain Culture, Range. Who else have they worked with? I'm sure they've worked with someone else here. But yeah, Imperial Pastry Stout called Skewer. 10%. Good old Finback out of New York, I think. Yep. Skewer is one of the biggest and tightest pastry stouts we've done to date. A 7-grain double mash with an 8-hour boil provides an incredibly deep and rich base to express more cacao nibs, vanilla beans, and toasted coconut than we've ever used in a beer ever. Let's get into it. I'm excited for this one. Yeah. I need like a little be cool if I had a little stand here and it just sort of sat the beer so it like sat sort of there so you just know what it is the whole time. That is a good idea. Okay. So lucky last. I'm gonna say jet black in colour. It doesn't really have like a tan edge to it at all, just in the head. So yeah, the head's probably 2 to 3 finger, slightly tan. Jet black body, I would say medium, probably high-end medium. Mild carbonation. Yeah, that's about all I can say with that. Let's go with. Oh, it smells like real roasty and rich. So the thing that excites me with this beer, I mean, obviously it's a Finback collab, so that's pretty cool. The 3 adjuncts excite me, but I would still say I was probably more excited for last night's stout because it was barrel aged, and I know that hawkers kill it with barrel aged impy stouts. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just which one out of the two I prefer. I am a huge sucker for vanilla in stouts. But yeah, I'm not actually getting vanilla on the nose. It is one of those adjuncts, though, that sort of comes out to play as it warms a bit. It's pretty much like dark chocolate, sort of like a burnt caramel. Coffee's there, but you're getting like a biscuity touch as well. Yeah, I'm actually not getting vanilla or coconut. But yeah, it's quite like robust, like very rich. Smells quite nice. Just disappointing I'm not getting that vanilla and coconut. Let's see if we get them in the flavour. So cheers, and especially big cheers to those that have stuck around the whole time. I love these streams where I do multiple beers in one. You can sort of get away with it if you don't have work on the next day. It's good. Let's get into it. Ooh, that's very rich. Ooh. You can definitely tell it's a dessert stout. Ooh. Huge chocolate. It's almost like you're getting a combination of dark and milk chocolate. Nearly even like a Belgian chocolate. Coffee, not so much on the palate as like I was getting it on the nose. It's definitely more sort of like your Mars bar, like your chocolate and your caramel, biscuity edge. Yeah, very, very rich. Probably more rich than roasty. It's got a fair bit of sweetness to it. So I feel like the coconut and the vanilla are definitely there, but I'm just not picking them up so much in the smell and the taste because the base and the cacao nibs are so fierce. But yeah, there's an overall sweetness there that's quite intense. It's not sickly sweet, but it's sort of starting to venture that way. Cheers, Dorito. Good to see you, brother. Hmm. That's the most generic statement ever. I feel like about 80% of people in craft beer have beards, so it's like that's one thing I remember when like I seen heaps of people that were doing beer reviews having beard in their name, and it's like come up with something I don't know a bit more original. Because how many dudes that are in the craft beer have beards? It's not like it's yeah. On Instagram, there's so many of them. Yeah, I always thought there was a slight difference. See, we have Milky Ways in Australia, but they're different. So the Mars bar is pretty much chocolate, caramel, and nougat, and it's like sort of a medium size bar. And then the Milky Way is sort of like the kids' version. It's pretty much just chocolate and nougat. Might have maybe a vanilla flavoring or something, but it's always like a fair bit smaller than the Mars bar. But yeah, from what I remember when I was a kid, the Mars bar's like half the size it used to be, and then the Milky Way's even smaller again. Um, as far as M&Ms go, yeah, they're all sort of pretty similar to what they are in the States. I think you guys just have more variants. Yeah. Hopefully you have a solid day. Chucky. Yeah, this one definitely has plenty of it. I think it's got a huge chocolatey malt base, but yeah, I reckon they've went to town with the like cocoa nibs as well. Wouldn't surprise me if it's even got like some of the old Dutch cocoa powder also. Yeah, I'm getting maybe a touch of vanilla. Just not getting that coconut. It's lost. It's buried in the forest. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting night. The fact that I've started these 6 beers at 11 o'clock at night. I'm only halfway through the 6 of them, and it's taken me nearly 2 hours. So I could I could be up till like 3 or 4 in the morning. But I guess when you're on holidays, who gives a shit? I need a drinking partner. It's just the wrong time. Oh, I probably should have done it as like a day thing. But yeah, I want to go on Beer Man's show tomorrow. He's got all spun out on. It's the start of a new month, so I've got to find a beer to take on there. Um, yeah, yeah, I'd say that's what it is. very light and fluffy. Yeah, we've got a Mars factory. I think it's in Ballarat. Yeah, which is about an hour from Melbourne. I remember one of my cousins used to work there. Yeah, and they do, yeah, like your M&Ms and your Mars bars, and yeah, that's cool. I was always a sucker for the M&M Crispies. I don't know why, I just really enjoy them. Yeah, all the drones and the Air Force are guiding all the spaceships there as we speak. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just take a photo next time you're in there. And it would be good if you could get stuff that I could get, but it's probably not going to happen. Oh, oh, the tiredness is kicking in. I'm not even halfway through my beers. Where are you? Where are you based for work today? Do you have to travel very far? Yeah. Yeah, the newest one I think we've got here at the moment is I know there was a brownie one, which was relatively new. There was something else that come out not long ago. It might have been like honeycomb or something like that. But yeah, the old favourites are always the standard, the peanut, and the crispy. They seem to be the top three flavours. Yeah. Cheers, Harry. Good to see you, brother. It's good seeing you do some yeah, Finnish beers and stuff. It's pretty cool that he got you some shit. And then yeah, on his Instagram I'm seeing him drinking Ramsberries and that, so that's cool as well. Did a nice little trade there, brother. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll be intense. How far's the move? I mean, it's going to be a prick of a job regardless, but s'mores, pretzel, did no, oh yeah, pretzel's relatively new here. Um, I think because pretzels have never really taken off as a snack here like they are in the US. So yeah, as far as the pretzel M&Ms go, they've only just sort of come out. S'mores would be good. That'd be pretty cool. 60 miles each day. Yep. Yeah, that's insane. It's like an hour down the road. Yep. I don't mind a big German pretzel when you're at like an Oktoberfest event or something. They're fucking awesome. Back to this stout. But yeah, it's a bit like last night because it's still pretty warm and muggy here. I wasn't really feeling warm being sort of later at night, but after you get like a few quick beers in you, all of a sudden you're like, "Ooh, I'm starting to get a bit hot under the collar." I'm definitely starting to feel a bit buzzed now too. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've had fucking half of 6 beers, and a couple of them are pretty strong. So yeah, as I said, there's not many beer reviewers out there that do it sort of like this, and especially live. So it's pretty cool. It's like different. And yeah, I enjoy it because yeah, it gives me more time to interact with people, and you sort of just chilling, having a chat. But it's like you're trying beers and talking about it, but then just talking your usual shit like you're in a pub sort of thing. Nah, at the end, mate, I'll let you know. All I can say is that out of the first five I had two sort of equal favourites, and so far this is up there, but it could change. I'm still sort of undecided with this beer. I mean, it's good, but I'm already going to say it's not as good as the stout I had last night. Um, I felt the base on that was better, and yeah, the fact that it was barrel aged and just a real well done stout. You can tell there's a lot of love in it. Whereas this one, it's a bit because it's got adjuncts in it. It's a little bit sweet, sort of a bit out of balance, but it's tasty. So yeah, I can already safely say that yeah, the stout I had last night's better than this one. But yeah, it is good having some big stouts again because I haven't had any for a while. Picking up on the old misspelling. Cheers, brother. Have a good day. We'll catch up at some stage. I got to show you some Aussie punk and ska rock. I want to know if you've sort of heard them before. I want to get your thoughts because I know you're into that sort of stuff. Yeah, there's a couple of bands. That, yeah, I'd be sort of keen to see if you know them. You fucking smart ass. Cheers, brother. So yeah, as I was saying, like quite sweet. Back in the day, um, I've always been a huge stout guy. It's always been my favourite style. But as I've got sort of, I don't know, older and wiser, more advanced palate, tend to lean more towards beers that are traditional and not utilizing all this other shit in them. Um, yeah, beer like this, it can be a bit too sweet, a bit too full on. And as I was saying, yeah, like when I first got into them, this would have been right down my alley. So yeah, I mean, I'm letting it warm. I'm sort of taking my time with it because quite often with a stout, that's what you got to do just to get the best out of it. So yeah, I'm going to pour a little more and see what I think. But at this stage, I'm just thinking it's a little too sweet. It's got a good roasty base and rich, but yeah, I just don't like when a stout starts to get to that territory where the sweetness takes over and it's more about the adjuncts than the beer itself. Yeah. Yeah, I think Snickers was called the Marathon Bar in the UK. Am I right there, Stewie or Harry, if you're still there? Got a feeling they had a marathon bar there. I think it was the Snickers. It's always been called Snickers here, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, as I said, I might be going to Sydney, or I will be going to Sydney in a few months' time. Just probably a quick trip, 2 or 3 days. Yeah, these guys are one of those breweries I could possibly revisit, but I'm probably more than likely to go to maybe Future Brewing because they're newer. They got a bit of hype to them at the moment, and I haven't been to them before. Or Bracket Brewing because they're one of my favourites, and they've had a bit of bad luck recently, and they had to change venues and stuff. So I wouldn't mind sort of supporting them and going checking them out again. Or then you've got like Wildflower, which is in the inner west suburbs, like a wild ferment sour brewery. I've got a feeling them and Mountain Culture might actually have a venue together, so that would be pretty cool. But yeah, yeah, I thought so. See, our Snickers has always been like heavily American influence, just with all the advertising and stuff. Used to have Mr. T in the ads back in the day. I used to love Mr. T when I was a kid. I've always thought about it, but yeah, it's at that time of the year where I sort of need to take time off work, and I can't really do it at that time of the year. It's just that little bit too far away from where I live just to go up for like 2 days because I'm in like the southwest. It's always been something I've wanted to go to. You fool. Get some nuts. Yeah, like Gabs this year is like it's like in April and it's like at a different venue again. It's like for fuck's sake. Just leave it when it used to be. It's always good when it was in May and it was at the old school exhibition building. They just keep fucking around with it now. I've been going to Gabs for so long, and yeah, it's just I just feel like it's not the same as what it was. Yeah. My favourites, What would my favourite beer festival be at the moment? See, I was always a huge Blobfish fan, and then that sort of ruined it for me last year when they had it at the brewery instead, and then they cut about an hour off your time for drinks. I just felt like, yeah, it was pretty shit, like poorly organised. I felt like we got a bit gypped. We paid more to go to it, and then we had like fucking 2 hours less drinking time. And then it's at this shitty little fucking area where everyone's like real cluttered. So yeah, that annoyed me because that was always one of my favourites. Um, when I went to Juicy Festival that first year in Brisbane, that was fucking unreal. But yeah, it's obviously a trek to get up there. I couldn't do it every year. Um, Geelong shit. Geelong used to be good. Geelong got ruined when they moved it away from the beer and more about the entertainment. When it was more about the beer itself, it was a really good festival. And that was the same with the one they do in St Kilda. I think that's the same too. I don't want to pay $50 to go see some artists I don't give a fuck about. I just want to go there and try the beers and talk to brewers and get a bit of sunshine. It's like I don't care about the fucking entertainment. If I wanted to pay $50 and go see music, I'd do that. I don't know why they have to have it at beer festivals. Yep, I have heard that's really good. And they have a one of them now in Mount Gambier. I thought, ooh, because I live in the southwest of Victoria, I thought that could be a possibility. Might be all right. Um, what else? Always used to enjoy Resin Fest. Because Resin Fest, I like the ones where you just pay for it at the start of the thing. You just turn up there and you just go around, talk to brewers and drink what you want and not having to hand money over. You've already paid for it. So you could have 10 of the same beer if you really enjoy it. Um, yeah, what else is there? Yeah, is that the St Kilda one? Yeah, I thought so. I went to it the first 2 years and then I was like, nah, it's going downhill just like the Geelong one. Seriously though, back in the day, the Geelong one was fucking phenomenal. It was so good. They used to have these little seminar things where you'd go inside and they'd talk about the beers and you get to taste beers for free and get to know the brewer. And then they'd have like cheese tasting and you'd go around to all the breweries and they'd have their good beers on and all the hype breweries would be there. And then all of a sudden it was just like more about the music and sort of weaker breweries there, none of those seminar things anymore. And it was just all your sort of, I don't know, bogans and yeah, like the type of guys that'd be fucking on acid dancing around to tunes and shit. And it's like, this isn't a craft beer festival. It's nothing like it. And I'm on a rant again. No, you can tell I'm just passionate about, I don't know, the craft beer community. I just feel like some of the organisers of these events, they've got such a good thing going. And if they just left it, slightly increase the growth, but keep it how it is, it'd be awesome for a long term. But they just get too greedy in the short term, completely change it, and it just fucks it. And a lot of them end up on their ass because all the real fans out there of craft beer like me just all of a sudden go, nah, shit, not going anymore. And yeah, I feel like Gabs is even going down that same path. The Roush Beer Festival they had at Mountain Culture was phenomenal. It did help though because I was a VIP, so I pretty much got everything for free and well looked after. Fucking hate Collingwood. I like Collingwood, the area. It's a good spot because it's got good beer and food and sights, but the football team I hate way more than any other team. I've got a fly buzzing around my head. Where's the chopsticks at? Let's pour a little more, shall we? Fuck, I've been going for over 2 hours. That is a long beer review, my friends. Still got some people hanging around. If you're still there and you haven't given us a thumbs up, I'd appreciate if you did. I don't normally ask for the thumbs up, but I'm in one of those moods. Let's get that algorithm going. I was watching a stream before, one of my mates that does like Melbourne suburban stuff, and he sort of cheekily asked for people to give a like and leave comments and that, and everyone gets around it. And then, like, yeah, next minute he's got like fucking 40 people watching, and his streams are going nuts. But yeah, he's in more of a field where he can get a lot more viewers, not in a niche market like me with beer. So yeah, I'm definitely getting vanilla now with this beer, but the coconut's still lacking. I must admit, sometimes when it comes to like roasty, rich stouts, coconut and vanilla can be very similar when it's sort of faintly in the background. So that could be a case, or they've just gone pretty light on the coconut that doesn't really shine. What's finger red number one? Yeah, because I acquired a ticket to this exclusive Parkway concert later on. Yeah, I'm sort of in the mood to listen to some of their tunes. Random. So yeah, as I said, I do like this stout. Um, but yeah, I just think it's a little bit too sweet. If it was barrel aged, it would probably balance out some of that sweetness. Um, but yeah, obviously to drive the cost up as well. Yeah, that stout I had last night was really good. I don't know if I've still got it sitting around. Yeah, this one here, Hawker's X. And that was a double barrel aged 10th anniversary Imperial Stout. But yeah, as I've said before, I think when it comes to barrel aged Imperial Stouts, I think Hawker's are like one of the elite in Australia. I'd have them and Boat Rocker up there. I just think with the likes of One Drop, Mountain Culture, Future, Range, they've all got some hype, but their stouts aren't in that same territory. Yeah, that 4.8 was for a different beer though. That wasn't part of those four together. So I don't think I scored them. Ooh, you're missing out. You got to get one. Do you like vanilla? If you're a vanilla fan and you like bourbon barrel aged stouts, I would highly, highly recommend Bottle Logic's Fundamental Observation. It's a white label with like an aqua blue, and yeah, it's a bourbon barrel aged vanilla stout. One of my all time favourite beers. And we can now get it in Australia each year, so it's ridiculously priced, like big money. But because I like it so much, I just lash out and buy a bottle every year. Yeah, it's phenomenal. What did I score that Hawker's X? I thought that was in that. I did it though as part of the four beers together. I don't think I scored any of them, or did I? I don't normally score them when I've got a group of them. Yeah, huge fan of Carwin. One of my favourite bars. Whereabouts are you based? Are you in Melbourne? Yeah, I definitely scored Troon that. Yeah, when it comes to these group beers, I don't normally score them. That's why when you said I gave it 4.8, I can't remember doing. I might have said something like if I was to score it, this is what I might give it. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought I would have scored it that high. I think you're talking trash. Bendigo. Yep. Yep. Cool. Yeah, we've got a you're new to the channel yet, Charlie and Dad? Or is this someone that's recently changed their name that I know? That's why I'm a little confused. Because, yeah, when you said Bendigo, I know someone else that's just moved to Bendigo that's from Melbourne. Yeah. Yeah, well, I really enjoy Bendigo. I reckon it's a pretty cool city. I went there from Bendigo on the hop. Really enjoyed it. What was your original name? I've got these bad boys sitting next to me on the coffee table. They're always a good like beer snack. The old Twiggy sticks. So yeah, I'll be enjoying them. I'd sort of it'd be good if someone was doing like a hangout or something. Oh, yeah, cool. Ah, that's all right. I was thinking you might have been someone else, and I was like, oh fuck. Like, yeah, like yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember a couple of people sort of added me, yeah, from like some Carwin sessions and stuff. Yeah, obviously I get on the piss a bit with Adam. I haven't seen him for a while. Yeah, reason why I was sort of yeah thinking, oh shit, I hope like because we have a fella named Captain Redbeard, and he was originally from I think he's originally from Queensland or somewhere, and then he moved to Melbourne, and he was there with his partner, and used to come up with us on streams quite often on miscellaneouses or Doubtfires or Bounties or KCs, some of those boys. So sort of part of like I don't know, part of the beer community, but not. He was sort of like a bit of a craft guy, but not full on. And then yeah, I sort of got talking to him and stuff. He's been off the radar at the moment, but he moved to Bendigo. And then when you said, oh, I've changed my channel name, I'm in Bendigo. I'm like, fuck, I hope it's not him. And I've just completely, yeah, like ignored who it was, sort of thing. It's always tough when people change their name. But yeah, I want to get back to Bendigo again. Good scene, like awesome city, good food. I like the like just the look of the old pubs and buildings, and I remember when I went there for on the hop, I stayed in that real old pub that's on the corner across from the park. Yeah, it was pretty cool there. Um, yeah, I remember walking up the big tower thing they've got in the park and having a look around, and yeah, it's like pretty cool, like footy grounds. And I went down the gold mine, went and checked that out. That was pretty cool. I was only there for 2 days, but I feel like I got heaps done. I remember walking through the mall late at night, and there was yeah some pretty sketchy activity going on. Cheers, Brett. Good to see you, mate. Good to hear. So yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the that original thought of thinking that this stout is just that little bit too sweet. And I think that's quite often what I've thought with some one drop stuff. That's why I've never had them in that high echelon like other breweries. And when they've got that big price tag on their stouts, I've found there's a lot of times I've seen them in bottle shops like Carwin and that, and then I've like skipped on them because I'm like, nah, I just don't think they're. A lot of their stouts are quite good enough to have that insane price tag. I mean, obviously they use like awesome ingredients and that, but just quality wise, if you're paying that much money, you want it to really hit. And yeah, as I said, 10 years ago, I would have absolutely gobbled up a stout like this. I would have like rated it real high and thought it was awesome. But yeah, I just feel like you're too lost in the adjuncts. It's more about the adjuncts than the base itself. And being the advanced, slightly snobbish palate these days, I'm sort of, yeah, more looking for beers that taste like beer and closer to like the classic styles. Cheers, T Dog. Good to see you, brother. I was just talking about TJ before. How long did his live go for? I had to leave to start this one. I'm looking forward to that Richmond video, man. It's going to be awesome. I've hung around that area quite a bit. I was always real intrigued by it as a country lad. Whenever I'd go to Melbourne, particular areas of Melbourne. I mean, yeah, because I live in southwest Victoria. Whenever I'd go to Melbourne, there's particular areas of Melbourne I'd go check out just because I'd hear things. And yeah, that sort of North Richmond, Victoria Street area. Quite often I'd just go for a quick stroll or a tram ride down there just to have a look around. And yeah, it always like intrigued me just how like just the shit you'd see, and it's like, how are the police not picking up on this? Like, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I just think it's going to be a really interesting video. That one. He's definitely come across some interesting people in it, and yeah, it's always cool when Mems is involved as well. They're both pretty funny together. But yeah, should I crack back into the beers again? Try them from the get go again. I may as well. I can always keep chatting. So yeah, the original one was the lager, wherever the fuck that is. Yeah, exactly. The thing that always fucked with my head was the fact that there was a school and a kindergarten right next to it. And when I walked down that Victoria Street multiple times, I'll openly see people dealing. I've even had people approaching me thinking that I want to buy, and it's like, fuck off. Like, and like, yeah, you've got police just constantly driving back and forth. And these people, it's as clear as day what's going on. They're just getting away with it, just doing their thing. I've walked down there just to get food or go to like brewery and stuff. And I've seen, I think, I mean, I've probably only been down there maybe half a dozen times because, yeah, I'm from the country, so I'm not there very often. But I've already seen two people OD in the street just in like the 6 times I've been down there. And just the amount of like syringes you see sitting around, and yeah, people coming up harassing you, and it's a fucking nightmare in that area. But it like the weird thing is there's like so many awesome businesses and like nice homes in that area as well. So yeah, you feel real sorry for the people that, I mean, especially live there if they've got like young families and stuff. It's pretty scary. So yeah, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to go back and have a little bit of each beer and revisit them. May as well keep chatting, keeping it going for a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't even get me started on all that bullshit. It's ridiculous. Like the thing that drives me nuts. I live in the country, right? I would absolutely kill to be able to live with my two dogs in an inner city suburb and like work a similar job to what I got now. And yeah, just like live in an area like that and just be happy, like in my element, close to all these suburbs that I love and being able to do all the things I'd enjoy. And I'm no chance of that. Like, because if you rent a place in that area or own a place in that area, you're up for fucking shitloads of money. And then you got all these junkies that get all that shit handed to them and they're living like fucking 5 minutes out of the city. It's fucking bullshit. And they're crapping on going, oh, you can't move them out into the suburbs. It's like, yes, you fucking can. They don't deserve to be where they are. Cheers. Let's have a little rant, shall we? So yeah, this is the Bohemian Pilsner that was fuck, I was gonna take a photo of all these. This could be a bad idea. Yeah, look at that can artwork. There we go. Look at that. That is awesome. So yeah, this is a collab with a German brewer called Wyman, a Bohemian Pilsner. What I could even do is just quickly go take the photo and come back. I guess there's no harm in doing that. Or I just end the stream now and do it afterwards. Do people want me to keep going for a while or not? I've certainly got plenty of life and plenty of chat left in me. But yeah, I just forgot that I was going to take a photo of each beer. So let us know your thoughts in the chat. Yeah, I thought so. I'm sort of keen to keep going. Still got plenty of people watching. Ramstein drinks. Yeah, fucking oath. Yeah, okay. I'll quickly go take a photo of this beer and I'll be back. And we're back. Cheers, guys. I just don't want it to become a thing where I keep taking off, leaving the stream. It's like you may as well end it. Cheers to the lager. So yeah, you're probably going to end up seeing me drinking all 6 full beers now. I could be quite a mess. Oh, is this like a Ramstein official beer? I must admit, the last Ramstein album, I was quite impressed with. I thought it was pretty good. One of my other mates that's in the beer community, he hasn't really listened to it, and I kept telling him, "Nah, give it a crack, dude. It's pretty good." It'd be good to see live. Fucking oath, I will be. Thankfully, I'm on holidays, bitch. But yeah, unfortunately, this lager's got a bit warm, so it's obviously not tasting as good as what it was. But yeah, I like the fact that people are sort of sticking around and we keep talking shit. The banter continues. Okay, I've got a question for the chat. I would like to know who is the next artist, band, or even like a theatre show that you're going to see next? And if you don't have anything on the horizon, is there someone you're thinking of going to see? I've got a very good list this year so far coming up. Yeah, you're always forgiven when it comes to shit like that. Whereabouts are you based, T-Dog? I'm assuming you're in Melbourne somewhere. I can't wait till we do like a hangout, all the TJ fans. Be cool. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure some of the US beer guys went to see those two bands together. Would that be right? Would they have done an American tour and now they're doing like the UK and stuff? I got a feeling when Beer Man was over in New England, they went to see those two bands. I reckon it was him and Eric and maybe Tanner went together. Yeah, that's all right. I think when TJ did a poll as to yeah, it was what side of Melbourne do you live on? I think west of Melbourne won by heaps. Yeah, yeah. I'm obviously west side of Melbourne, but yeah, like hours down the road. But yeah, I'd love to live in the suburbs. I sort of hope I can do it some stage in my life. I feel like if I didn't have the dogs, I'd probably be there already. Because yeah, obviously, if you don't have dogs and you're by yourself, you can live anywhere pretty much. Yeah, I want to make it happen at some stage. I just want to live that life where I wake up and can go for a walk and be at a brewery, or I don't know, just jump on a tram and be in another suburb, just having like breakfast at a cafe. And I mean, obviously the traffic and that sucks, the cost of stuff, but I just know I'd be happy living in like suburbs somewhere. It's just something I've always wanted to do. Yeah. North of Melbourne's all right, depends where you are. But yeah, it was fucking ages ago when you were here, Brett, so it's probably completely different. Yeah. Cheers, Gaffer. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well over in glorious SA. Yeah, this is like a beer review, mate, but because it's six beers, it's sort of gone for a fair while. I just sort of start off with doing half the can of each one. And now it's like I'm like, fuck it, I'm sort of revisiting each one again just because there's still plenty of people around. So Yeah, see, I don't mind the suburbs in Melbourne in the north where you're out a bit, like you're like Preston, Thornbury, Reservoir, and that. They're a fair way out, but they're still close enough to be able to do the stuff you want to do. They're good areas for like beer and food and like sporting grounds. And I just know if I lived somewhere like that, I'd be pretty happy. A lot of ethnic food, which is good. Yeah. Drink the least favourite one first. Yeah, I've sort of gone back and just went from the start again. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And just with the amount of people now, the infrastructure just can't handle it. They're too slow with all the construction of these massive tunnels and highways and train lines and stuff. The amount of times I've had to get on a fucking bus instead of a train going to the city and end up getting fucked over. I'm so sick of it. It was meant to be a lot of those works were meant to be finished like years ago, and they're only like fucking halfway into them. Yeah. See, Res is pretty good. I could see myself just strolling the streets of Res and having a local sort of bar there and some eateries and stuff. And I don't know, it's sort of a good mix of like ethnic groups and that as well. It's not really that sketchy. I mean, it does have a little bit of a history, but compared to other suburbs, I feel like it's fairly decent. I wouldn't really feel unsafe walking around there at night and that. I will get there eventually, boys. It's something I've always wanted to do. Cheers, Josh. Good to see you, brother. So yeah, I've just done a like a review of 6 birthday beers from One Drop. They did a lager with a German brewery. They did a Cali IPA with Green Cheek out of Cali. They did a sour with Tripping Animals of Florida Vice. They did a sour with Garage Project. And then they did a Impy Stout with Finback and a Cloudwater collab, which is a double dry hop, double IPA. So it's been a really good, like a pretty solid 6. I did a half of each, talked about each one. Now I'm just sort of winding down, just going back and trying them all again and talking shit. There's been sort of heaps of people around, so I've just sort of been, just talking crap, keeping it going for a while. Hope you're well, dude. I talked to Beer Man too about the Brew Host stream, and he's keen for you and Craig to join. At this stage, it's definitely going to be me, you, and him. But we're just trying to find a time where Craig can do it as well. That'll be the thing. I mean, I feel like Craig could be the fucking out of all of us, he should be able to do a different time a lot easier than any of us because it's not like he's having to get up early for work or I mean he has to take Alice to school, but so I feel like if he could do it at like 11 or 12 at night, yes, it might put him out a bit, but I'm always the one that has to do these things at stupid times, so it'd be good to see someone else have to do it at a different time. it makes it hard because obviously Beer Man's on the West Coast, whereas normally when we're doing reviews, it's someone on the West Coast with a UK on the East Coast with a UK person, so it's a bit closer in time. But yeah, it sounds like you've got a triple. You had a triple Westie, didn't you? It was a different one to mine. I had a triple Westie. Beer Man had a single version of the Westie I've got, and then Craig had the same beer as his. I don't think I'm familiar with that. I'll have to check it out. So there's a lot of spots like that I wouldn't really know, or I might have gone past them but never really stopped. Cuvée. Yeah. I do like Adelaide how it's like relaxed. Um, it's like a good sort of. You still have a really good sort of food and beverage scene. Got like a nice city area. You've got like a lot of sort of I don't know, like nice parks and green areas. It's not too cluttered. It sort of feels like it's a country city. And I get sort of the same vibes in Brisbane. And like one other thing that's cool with Adelaide is they like good sporting events and still get like decent concerts and stuff as well. Mm, cool. 180. Did you get 180? Yeah, it'd be good if there was just like a talking feature. You could just go, hey, Sammy, fuck off, and then it sends it to me. Yeah. Time to finish this lager up and go back to that. So from the six, probably the two most memorable, I'm going to say, is the Florida Vice and the double dry hopped dipper. Which sounds weird because the Impy Stout collab with Finback had a lot of potential, but I just felt it was too sweet. So we'll go back through and then I'll pick out sort of I don't know my top three and then which one I prefer the least. But I mean all six beers are decent. None of them are shit. They're all good beers. It's just some are better than others. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you heard Joshy, but Parkway Drive, they're doing this exclusive gig at the Sydney Opera House, dude. And it's like a black tie event. They're filming for a special like documentary and stuff, and there's going to be like same as their tour recently, a lot of pyro, a lot of moving parts in the stage, like yeah, singling out guitar solos, and there's going to be like a full orchestra and stuff. Probably one of the most fucking sought after concerts in a long time here in Oz. And yeah, I thought, fuck it, I'm going to try and get a ticket. And if I get one, I'll just wing it and I'll go to Sydney. I'll get flights, accommodation, whatever. I don't even care. I'll just go by myself. So yeah, tickets went on sale this morning and I fucking snagged one, dude. So it's like, fuck yeah. I'm going to like one of the most sickest gigs ever. Um, I went all out too. I just didn't get the ticket. I thought, well, if it's a black tie event, I want a fucking Parkway Drive black tie. I also ordered the champagne and charcuterie. So when I first get there or in the interval, like I'll be there fucking drinking champers and tucking into fucking cured meats and olives and all that shit. Um, yeah, and I don't know if I said, but they toured here recently and their gigs got huge like reviews, huge hype. And I was real annoyed that I didn't go to the Melbourne one. So this sort of made up for it. I mean, the prices are fucking insane, but I mean, it's so exclusive. Only a couple of thousand people can go because it's in the Opera House. And they've been doing like sold out stadium shows now the last couple of years. So it was always going to be hyped as fuck. Um, yeah, so off to Sydney for a couple of days, I guess. So yeah, it's in June, early June, and that's around the time Adam's coming out here. But it sounds like Adam's going to be in Melbourne sort of the week after. So yeah, I just got to. Hopefully, it's not a problem with work. But yeah, I'll just think, well, fuck it. I'm going to start organising flights and that now to try and get them as cheap as I can. As far as accommodation goes, I might try and snag somewhere in the city, sort of close to that area, but you're probably going to be paying a fair bit. We'll just see how it goes. But yeah, I might be able to do a couple of breweries and that while I'm up there. Should be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm fucking, I'm so keen for it. Simo's been messaging me throughout the day, just going, "I'm so jealous of you." Just saying how much it's like a once in a lifetime thing, and he's glad that I just bit the bullet and went for it because yeah, he's like a massive fan of him as well. But yeah, it's just going to be like metal in an opera house. That's fucking phenomenal. But like everyone dressed up and then an orchestra as well, and then like pyro and like moving stage and that. It's just like it's gonna be a fucking experience. I can't wait. So I'm excited for it. Cheers, g'day. Good to see you. Another Australian. Good to see more Australians coming in of late. We need to build up the community. Nah, we never get them here. I only know of Bissell Brothers just from I remember watching that doco and ever wanting them ever since. But yeah, I've never seen them. I've never been to an event where they've been part of it. I've never heard of anyone saying, "Oh yeah, going to get Bissell Brothers." Of all the people that do the black market stuff and that, just never seen them. Yeah, yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. Sydney and Melbourne are fucked as far as infrastructure goes. I remember as a kid, Sydney had 3 million people and Melbourne had 2 million people. And now I think Melbourne's like tripled that and Sydney's pretty much doubled. Just the the sickening thing though is just the costing of housing people just don't understand. Like the Aussie dreams to like own your own house, and it's just getting without like sort of out of reach now for people that live in those areas. It's like you could bust your ass your whole fucking life and be you and your missus both working flat out and still not be able to afford a place to live. You'd be renting all your life. Like it's, yeah. I think foreign investment really fucked it for us. We let too many of the rich Chinese come in and snag up all these properties, and it just fucked us. Or you get all these fucking selfish, what do you call them? What are the ones called that are sort of our parents' age? Like, yeah, you got like millennials, you got what are the ones called that are like in their sort of 60s and that now? They're the cunts that are real greedy and own about fucking 10 homes. I think it's ridiculous. I think there needs to be a cap on how many properties people own. I might go live in Philippines and buy a fucking hut on the beach or something. I'll just drink fueled up cocktails at 50 cents a pop, and I will no longer be a craft beer boy. And I'll just remember the times that I was drinking all these awesome craft beers and suiting up to go see Parkway Drive. So yeah, I better finish this beer off and then get on to the next one. It's been going for 2.5 hours. Luckily, I'm not afraid of a chat. So yeah, all I can say with the German collab, like good solid Bohemian Pilsner, decent notes. As I said, it's got that slight smokiness, and I don't think it's part of their ingredient. I think it's just I feel like they're one of those breweries that probably do smoked beers, so it's just in the ambience, in the equipment, like you just get this little faint smoke touch. And it's exactly the same with Shane Curler's Hallis. So yeah, I sort of get that same vibe with that. Um, yeah, easy drinking, dry, bitter. Yeah, like a touch of sort of lemon, like earthy, grassy, touch of spice. Yeah, it's like solid. So yeah, we'll go on to the Florida Vice now. Back into it. This one I was quite impressed with. So yeah, triple fruited Florida Vice at 6.5. Yeah, collab with Tripping Animals. And yeah, this one had the mango. It was huge mango. Yeah, feijoa, mango, and coconut. But I pretty much just got huge mango. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Actually, I might just pour a little bit in, and I'll take the photo later on. Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna go take the photo now. I'll do the same thing. So yeah, I'll be back in about 1 minute. And we're back. Uh, So yeah, mango smoothie pretty much. Let's see how it goes once it's warmed. Yeah, fuck, I could go to Vietnam. That'd be sick. See, that's an option for me if I didn't have the dogs. I could just fuck off and go to Southeast Asia, even if it was only for like a year or two. Just do it. Get myself a nice little scooter. Meep, meep. Cheers, boys. It's been a pleasure. Oh, it's a good beer. Really, really like that one. Sweet mango, tart feijoa, coconut still slightly non-existent. You get sweetness, you get tartness, but you just get this huge mouth puckering like sourness. It's just a really, really good like Florida Vice. Quite impressed. And yeah, as I said earlier, one drop, probably the best in Australia at this style. Tripping Animals considered, yeah, top tier when it comes to this sort of stuff as well. So no great surprise. Oh, shit, it's good. So yeah, it's safe to say out of the six, first impressions, first tastes earlier, this was one of my favourites. Still remains. I am getting probably more of that feijoa than I got before. You're getting that slight sort of green quality and that tartness. It's definitely like a very odd fruit. Um, One drop have a sour they do where it's just feijoa, and you pour it, and it's thick, it's murky, and it's just fucking like bright green. Looks like turtle ooze. I remember I had it in a park and took a photo. The sun was shining on it. Brilliant. But yeah, I don't know if they still do it, but when you have feijoa by itself, it's definitely got a lot of character to it. But yeah, I just think in this, whether there's more mango in this to feijoa, like the ratio is different, or the mango just takes over. It's just, yeah, this to me just pure mango juice. And yeah, as far as the feijoa goes, it's just in the background slightly. So yeah, here I am. We're on different ends of the scale now. I'm sitting up at stupid o'clock, and people are off to work, and good times. But yeah, I haven't been to Vietnam as a holiday. I've always wanted to. I just haven't got around to it. I've done Thailand. I've done sort of some of the border of Thailand. I've done Fiji. Yeah, it's awesome when you hire a motorbike and just ride around. And I prefer to go to the less touristy areas, and I like a bit of a challenge. When you get out amongst it late at night on a highway, run out of fuel, you can't find anyone that speaks English. I love that sort of stuff. I'll never forget when me and my mate were in Chiang Mai, and a lot of the city is based around a square. It's got like this square in the middle of like the city area, and it's all one way, and then the streets that come off it, most of them are one way as well, and it probably works really well if you're familiar with the area. But if you're a tourist, you've got no fucking idea. So anyway, we're fucking scooting around like we own the road, acting like fucking idiots because we're young and dumb at the time. And then all of a sudden you do a turn, like you, I don't know, just cruising the streets of Melbourne, trying to find somewhere to eat, somewhere to go for a drink. And you're heading into oncoming traffic. Fucking 500 fucking tyres coming at you on bikes and rickshaws and fucking little cars. It's like, fuck. Just the culture shock in those countries. It's so rad. I just love being out of my like comfort zone and trying to like, I don't know, it's good for your soul, good for your brain, trying to get yourself out of these shit situations. Like I've been locked up in clubs because like I've been taken to a club and I didn't want to be there, and then I refused to stay and pay the money they want, stuff like that. Um, yeah, my girlfriend at the time got done for like littering the streets with a cigarette. Had to fucking talk my way out of that one. Yeah, I've been in some pretty shifty situations. One of the things that's really sad there is obviously a lot of poverty in that, but yeah, you see heaps of dogs in the street, like missing limbs, and it's real sad. And yeah, as a dog lover, it was like hard to see that shit. Everywhere you go, you just got like dogs like wanting food and fucking limping around, and so many different breeds as well. Like you got fucking like as like yeah, there's like Aussie cattle dogs wandering the streets of Bangkok, and well, it's pretty obvious that I like that one because I smashed that. Now I'm gonna have to go take a photo of the next one. Fuck it. Just trying to keep the order in check. Experimental sour, yep. Okay, cool. We're all sorted. So yeah, next up is the Kelly IPA, which was the Green Cheek collab. Green Cheek are out of Orange, California. Pardon me. And yeah, this was obviously a Cali IPA, so sort of like a modern American IPA with crushed Citra and Nelson. And yeah, I'm going to go take a quick photo of this, so bear with us, guys. And we're back. It's funny. I'll go to take these photos or go to the toilet and I'll come back and there's like more people watching. Cheers, guys. So, who's in now? Susie, good to see you. And Eric. I mentioned you before, brother. We're talking about Russian River. And yeah, something come up about the Pineys and that, and then one of the delightful people in the chat said that Russian River had good sours. And me, with my good memory, remembered that you had been to the brewery and said the same thing. You thought their sours were like phenomenal and you rated them really high and wondered why people hadn't really talked about them. So yeah. And then I was I was actually bigging you up, saying that when it comes to like beer reviews and spirit reviews and that, always like really respect your opinion. So if you said something's good, I'll like listen to you. So yeah, it made me want to try Russian River sours. Toilet photos? No. Nah, so what's happened is it's a 6 beer review. It's One Drop's 6th birthday. So I've done all 6 beers. I did half of each one. Sort of talked about them all as I went. And then it got to a stage where there was still heaps of people in the chat, still talking shit. I was obviously going to finish the beers anyway off camera and thought, oh, let's keep rolling. So yeah, I'm just going back and drinking the leftovers of each one and seeing if it's changed much. And yeah, I love these reviews where you do multiple beers. It's good. I mean, especially if you're on holidays, don't have anything on because you get quite buzzed. But yeah, good times. Here we go. The Flemish barrel aged sours at Russian River. Yeah, I remembered you saying that whatever sours you had were phenomenal. I've got a good memory, so shit like that, if I'm interested in it, it sticks with me. Yeah, we're just talking about. Someone asked me if I'd had beers from Russian River, and I said the only stuff I'd had was Pliny the Elder and Pliny for President. And then I said, but in my fridge, I have a double dry hopped Pliny the Elder. And I said, how I really want to try. Obviously, it'd be good to try Younger, it'd be good to try Blind Pig, even some of their Pilsners and shit, because Joe from the Beer Patrol reckons all their shit's awesome. And then, yeah, I started teeing off on the whole, I want to try their sours because I remembered you saying they were pretty good. The poll's just getting constructed. Cheers, Jagman. Good to see you, brother. This is a beer review, man. It's been going for fucking 3 hours. Wow. So yeah, because I did 6 beers and they're all pretty big, it was always going to go for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours. But yeah, there's been a heap of people involved, and I'm actually going back through them again now. Like instead of because I've only drank the first half of each beer, now I'm finishing the beers off and taking photos. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, they've all been pretty solid. Obviously, there's some I prefer to others. Good to see you're involved and drinking more. It's good to see. Cheers, Bill. How you going, brother? I am on one from your hood, bro. Yeah, I'm sure you've had plenty of green cheek before. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I'm on holidays, so fuck it. It's like, who cares? I can get very, very lit and it doesn't matter. I just want to, I do want to join Beer Mans in the morning. So that's going to be a struggle. And then, yeah, I could possibly even join Eric's as well. If you're still there, Eric, I might be joining yours. We'll see how we go for time. I've certainly got plenty of beers in the fridge. So, and yeah, because I'm not at work, it's good. 4 miles from your house. Yeah, I knew they were in your area. On the back, it just says brewed with our awesome West Coast pals, Green Cheek Beer Co. from Orange, California. I love how they've utilised their like bird as like an artwork on the can. It's pretty sick. Anyway, let's sip away again, shall we? The notes I got in this one before, quite dry and bitter, like a light malt bill. You sort of got like, I would say it's more sort of biscuity and grainy, slightly white bread. You don't really get that caramel in these like Cali IPAs. They're sort of more new school. Same with the hops. But yeah, this one had sort of a touch of everything. It had some tropical, some citrus, some stone fruit. Like pretty solid. Cali IPA is still a style I'm not sold on, but I must admit this is like a good take on it. But yeah, very, very dry. Bitterness that just rolls in straight away. It just grabs your tongue and says, "You're not going anywhere, motherfucker." Ooh. Hang on, gotta go back. Yeah, I remember you saying that. And then I asked if you were drumming or guitar. But yeah, drumming. Yeah, that'd be insane having to learn so many songs in a short amount of time. Good on you, Eric. Cheers, Bill. Thanks for chiming in, brother. Always good to see you. 32. Whew. Cheers, Susie. Good to see you, mate. We'll hang out at some stage soon. Always good to see you, buddy. Good people. Great community. So yeah, just going back revisiting from the first three, there's no doubt about it that fucking Florida Vice is the standout. Such a good beer. Normally a style I don't really think much of, but yeah, they've got me on that one. I'm quite impressed by it. The lager's solid. Nothing wrong with it at all. It's just a standard German lager. This Cali IPA is good for what it is. As far as Cali IPAs go, it's one of the better ones I've had, but just something about that Florida Vice, that mango is fucking banging. And I just think the body, the texture, like the drinkability, just everything about it's real good. Definitely a nice summer beer. Yeah, let's finish the rest of this and get on to the last three. And yeah, it's probably too early, but anyone out there having a beer, possibly someone in the UK, but I don't think any of the Americans or Canadians would be. I'm all alone here in Australia. I can't handle it. I'll be tucking into these soon, I tell you. The old Twiggy sticks. Let's get some fucking tasty. I don't even know what meat it is. I'm guessing it's sort of like beef. Sort of like a cross between, what would you say, like cabana and like jerky. But yeah, not as hard as jerky. It's like softer. It's probably all the shit meat. All the shitty meat they don't want to use for anything else, like sausages. Yeah, twigs. Very woodsy, piney notes, floral. One of my dogs has got his ear popped out. You know when they had like both the ears sitting down, but one of his ears is inside out. So he's got like a black ear and a pink ear, and I'm just looking at him going, "What a fuckhead!" Twiggy, little Twiggy's getting picked on. He's getting angry. Cheers, Tanner. Last time I seen you were on the longest outro to a video of all time. Yeah, true. Very true. I do like a bit of pork. I was in a stream earlier today. We are talking about like Melburnian takeaways and stuff, and one of the polls was, which do you prefer more, a kebab or a banh mi? I mean, there's a few Vietnamese in our community in that chat, so the scores are pretty similar, but I don't know. I love a banh mi, but it's more of a lunchtime thing. It's more of like a snack, whereas a big dirty kebab, it's like filling. It's more of a dinner or a fucking drunken late night feed. Yeah, burritos are fucking awesome. One thing you'll find in Australia is Mexican food is very lackluster. We don't have a lot of it here, which is a shame. You'll find most of the Mexican places are sort of chains that are pretty terrible. Most Mexican food, I think, that's decent in another country, it's normally like some special restaurant where there's a lot of love involved. That normally you can tell that it's a Mexican restaurant because it just looks authentic. It's all colourful. Yeah, a lot of times they're more expensive, but you're sort of happy to pay it. Hmm. Back to the green cheek beer, boys. Certainly not the sort of beer you want to let get warm. But yeah, as I said, for a Cali IPA, it's pretty decent. But yeah, from those first three, the Tripping Animals Florida Vice collab is the best beer by a fair bit, I reckon. So now we're going on to what was next? Ah, this one's weird as fuck. Yeah, when it comes to American stuff, it's generally like diners that do I would say most of the American inspired are normally like burger diners or diners that do like barbecue. Apart from that, yeah, you don't really see anything. They're normally places that do like they'll have a bar that have a lot of like a sort of like your speakeasy type setup, heap of spirits. Um, I don't know, slightly Western themes. They always seem to be like the sort of bars you'd see more in like the South. Um, yeah, I mean, you guys are a bit like us. Your food is very confusing because like it's a sort of a mixture of a heap of different old school ethnic cuisines. Australia doesn't really have its own style of food because it's still such a young country, and most of the food is food from other countries, sort of thing. Yeah, like your saloon style. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You go in there and it'll be like they'll have like I don't know some different bourbons and whiskies, and they'll have like PBR and I don't know maybe Miller, maybe a Budweiser or something on tap. Like it's probably the same as fucking that Aussie joint in America. They make it seem like it's all American and that, but most of it's the trash that you guys don't really enjoy. What's the name of the shit Australian themed one in America? The fucking blooming onions and all that bullshit. Get a Foster's in you. We don't even have it here. Yeah, that's it. It's about as Australian as Bumpy. Okay, so this one here was very, very strange. It was an experimental sour. It was a collab with probably the best brewery out of New Zealand, Garage Project. It's got the fucking scary looking Pope Man on there. The thing that fucked me up is the colour. It's like an experimental sour, and you ready? Watch this. It's like, what the fuck? So I remembered pouring it, just having no idea what it was. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it like dark? Why is it brown? Looks like a baby's fucking diaper. But yeah, what it is, it's a combination of like a kettle sour and an impy stout for the base. And then they've added strawberry, mango, coconut, ice cream, Ugandan vanilla bean, and sea salt. So yeah, it was really, really odd. And I remembered as soon as I smelt it, it reminded me of like chocolate and vanilla ice cream together. And then I started to get this like sort of salted caramel sort of thing. And then I got the mango, but I never really got the strawberry. Maybe just a slight bit of sweetness in the background. But yeah, very, very strange. So I'm gonna go quickly take a photo of this and I'll be back to taste it again. Cheers, boys. And we're back with a brown mess. So yeah, it makes for an interesting photo. Good call. That is a very good call. I like that. What's his name? I know exactly who you're referring to. It's Papa. Is it Papa someone? His name's Tobias in real life, but yeah, his character name's like Papa someone, I think. But yeah, that is a very good call. I didn't even think of that. It's sort of like the anti-pope. I said before, I said it looks like an archbishop, and then someone said, yeah, it's like a bishop in chess. And I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. They said, yeah, diagonal. That's like the movement they make. And I'm like, well, there you go. I said, I know my Catholic history because I was like a Catholic kid, but I said, I've got no fucking idea when it comes to chess. Cheers, Keith. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I've done like 6 big beers, dude. These guys, One Drop, it's their 6th birthday, and they're all sort of pretty hyped beers. And they've done like 6 collaborations with 6 good breweries from around the world. They did like a German lager, a Florida Vice, which is like a sour beer from Florida with tripping animals. They did a Cali IPA with green cheek out of California. Yeah, they did this, which is an experimental sour that tastes like fucking chocolate and vanilla ice cream. And yeah, Garage Project, they're like my favourite New Zealand brewery. And then yeah, they've got a double IPA with Cloudwater out of Manchester, one of the better breweries out of the UK. And then an Impy Stout with Finback. They're sort of known for their nice stouts. They're out of New York. So yeah, good series. I drank a half a can of all 6 at the start, probably the first 2 hours of the stream, maybe 2.5 hours. And then yeah, people just kept talking and I kept rolling and I was like, fuck it, I'll just drink the rest of them on stream. And yeah, it's been good. But yeah, like fucking nearly 4 hours for a beer review. It's insane. Yeah, I guess if people want to watch it back and they're sort of keen to hear about each beer, they only sort of have to watch the start and they can always like fast forward shit. Yeah, the fucking can artwork's insane. Yeah, no, I've got this week and next week off, dude. So that's why I'm getting through these multi beer reviews. It's sort of a good time to do them. But yeah, I want to join the shows tomorrow morning. So what is it? Still like fucking hours away from now. I was always going to finish this up and go for, I don't know, sort of 5, 6 hours sleep before I joined Beer Man's. Yeah. I just had shit words for Beer Man's show this week, so I really don't know what beer I'm going to take. But yeah, let's talk about this beer for you guys that have sort of joined later. So yeah, as I said, huge like chocolate vanilla ice cream vibes. It's got strawberry in it as well, so you sort of think Neapolitan, but the strawberry's only faint and in the background just provides that slight bit of sweetness. For me, I'm getting more of like a salted caramel sort of thing. But yeah, the mango, it's quite prominent, it's sweet, it's tart, and it works. Like it actually works with the chocolate and the vanilla. It's very weird. Like it's a very odd beer, and I think I said earlier, normally something like this, I'd frown upon it. Like I'd find an excuse to bag it out before I'd even try it. But I'm sort of glad with this. I just went through it, gave it a go, and I was like, it's actually not too bad. And it's like smooth and creamy. Yeah, it's just weird to have like a kettle sour impy stout hybrid and then add fruits like fucking mango and strawberry. Like it's just so odd. See, drinking it warm, I'm just getting like, yeah, chocolate and vanilla and mango. I've never really thought of mango and chocolate going together, but in this circumstance, it does. I wonder if there's someone out there that does sort of like I don't know, like dips mango in chocolate or has like chocolate covered mangoes or some sort of what do you call it when you dip fruit in like chocolate and that and then eat it? It's a particular name for it. Normally it's like strawberries and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, this is that sort of beer. Once you have it, you definitely have to rinse the glass. Exactly the word I was looking for. Fondue. Fuck yeah. So yeah, you'll get like strawberries, marshmallows, any of that sort of shit. Dip them in chocolate. Yeah, go to town on it. Yeah, that's sort of. I wonder what it's like to do that with mango. Because yeah, as weird as it sounds, it actually goes alright. Mango and chocolate. Yeah, the old fountain. Yeah, well, that's sort of like how s'mores and that come about. People dipping fucking marshmallows in chocolate and the old graham cracker and all that bullshit. My little sister used to do heaps of that shit all the time. Whenever we'd have any sort of treat in the cupboard that was sort of for all of us, she'd be there munging into it by herself and we'd all be missing out. Oh, can we try some? No, it's for me. Oh, well, is it? Weird but wonderful, this beer. That's the only way I can describe it. But it still ain't in the territory of this bad boy. There's just something about that mango forward Florida Vice that just hits. And yeah, from the four that I've revisited, that's still number one. But it's about to change. Oh, I've got no room left on my coffee table. And you guys in the northeast there, how are you going so far? Like at the moment with snows, it sort of died down. I haven't sort of asked about that. like here in the southeast of Australia, we've still got that warmth, but you can tell it's starting to shift. Like summer's sort of ending soon, sort of thing. Bit of a shame. But yeah, up north, my side of the country, very scary at the moment. They got like a cyclone going on. So yeah, hopefully they're all right. I think it was starting to get pretty close to the coast like later tonight. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's on the news and shit when we wake up in the morning. Yeah, yeah. Where I am, dude, it says 18, and yeah, because I've been sort of tucking into quite a few beers in a row. I'm getting like pretty warm. I could feel myself as I had that impy stout before, like just starting to get that little bead of sweat out the forehead. So what I'm going to do, boys, because this beer is such a messy fucker, I'll go rinse the glass out and take the photo of the next one, and then yeah, we're only got 2 beers left then. So that's what I'm going next. The Cloudwater One Drop Collab, double dry hopped, double IPA with clean fusion. Yeah, very good beer, this one. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. And we're back again. So yeah, that's the One Drop Cloudwater Cola, double dry hopped, double IPA with clean fusion. Clean fusion's like a brewing technique that One Drop have sort of started, and other breweries are following suit. I know that Paul from Cloudwater was very impressed by it, and they do the V series of double IPAs. And yeah, he ended up doing a collab with One Drop as like a sort of like a return to this one. I think it's the same beer pretty much. It might have maybe slightly different ingredient, but yeah, looked very similar. Rob from Hopzine, a few other people I know that have reviewed it. sounded very similar to how I described this beer. So, yeah, let's get into it again, boys and girls. Cheers. It smells so fucking good. Yeah, the hops in this one too is Rawaka, Motueka, Citra, and then like an experimental one. So yeah, sort of mainly New Zealand, but then a bit of Citra as well. Yeah, it's quite sticky too, isn't it, T-Dog? Like muggy. It's been like that lately. Like it won't be that warm, but it's sort of like humid. Yeah, this is brilliant, this beer. Really enjoy it. So I would have this and this on a par so far. That's how we're rolling. um, those of you that joined sort of later might know of how I sort of what I thought of the stout. I mean, it could change because it's warmed, but we'll soon see. Uh, and yeah, those of you who are at work, hopefully your day's not too painful. Yeah, it's like almost coming to that time in the UK where people might be finishing work soon. And those of you that are Australian, if you're still here, you're mad. Yeah, it's been a good night. I've had some big streams this week, but I can be forgiven because I'm on holidays and yeah, I've had some shit I've had to deal with lately as well. So you need an outlet and it's good fun. It's like good times. I'm definitely feeling the buzz. So yeah, last night the stream I did was also a birthday stream, but it was a 10th birthday. It was for hawkers who are based in Melbourne, and they just had the four beers. Three of the beers were sort of like medium level, but then you had the one big beer at the end. So yeah, not as fierce as this one. It was always a big thing to do all six of these in one stream, but I think I've done it fairly comfortably. Most of the rest of the beers I have in the fridge now are singles. I have a White Bay. So White Bay are out of White Bay Brewery out of Sydney, not far away from like the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House and all that. They've just released sort of a new core range, so I thought I'll do their core range. I'll do their four beers together. We'll see how they go. Even though it's four beers, though, they're all pretty light. I think they're all like under 5%. So yeah, I might do them in the next few days, and then I've got a couple of brew host beers. I'm either going to do by myself or with Beer Man, Josh, and Craig. Yeah, great brewery up in Portland, Oregon. I've got a monkish beer there. I've got the piney double dry hopped. I've got plenty to keep me going while I'm on holidays anyway. good times. But yeah, most of my holidays next week I'm busy. Like I'm out and about doing shit. Whereas this week, yeah, it's like I'm at home most of the time, just chilling. It's getting to a stage now. I'm starting to get a bit peckish. I sort of had an early dinner. I cooked up some smash burgers, sort of in between lunch and tea. So now I'm real hungry. They were pretty good. Only thing was, is I wanted to put onion on them, and my onion was slightly off. It had been sitting there for a bit too long. So yeah, I just went the smash patty, like salt. Sometimes I'll go like salt, pepper, garlic, maybe some chili, but yeah, today I pretty much just went salt on the smash patty. Then when I flipped it over, cheese on top, onto a brioche bun. The bun was smaller than the patty, which is pretty cool. It's always good sort of seeing sticking out a bit. And then on top of the cheese, I went pickles and I went like a special burger sauce. And then just slathered a little bit of butter on the brioche. Yeah, they were really good. The only thing I found is the patties were fairly small and the buns were tiny. So I just had the two burgers and then they hit the spot, but I just felt like it wasn't quite enough. They were sort of more. They weren't slider size, but they were closer to a slider than a real big burger. So it was almost like you needed them to be slightly bigger or have at least like three or four of them, or maybe some like fries or something with them instead. Cheers, Jimmy. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you drinking some Ramsberry beers and Harry's drinking some Finnish beers and all that shit. It's good to see us hanging together. Yeah, fucking oath. There's nothing worse when you're on a stream and everyone's talking about food and it's like, oh man. Like the one I was on earlier and everyone was like doing a poll for different foods and oh for fuck's sake. But yeah, this fucking Cloudwater beer is good, very good. So yeah, as I said, I'd have the two of them on top of the pedestal as we speak. The Cloudwater Double IPA and the Tripping Animals Florida Vice. But we still have the Finback Imperial Stout to come. But yeah, if you've watched this stream throughout, you'll know that I found this beer a little too sweet. So we'll see if it's changed. But yeah, hope you're well, Jimmy. I did all 6 beers, dude, probably in the first 2 hours. Like broke them all down, drank half a can of each. Yeah, like really went into detail with each one. And then, yeah, there was still like heaps of people around and I wanted to obviously finish each beer. So I've ended up going back through and drinking each one, the leftovers of each one. But the only thing is I have to keep getting up and taking photos of them. Hope you're well, dude. Have you got anything you can snack on, Matt? Get yourself some saladas with some Vegemite and cheese. You got to do the old where you press it and the fucking little noodles go through the holes. I haven't done that for years. Cool. Are you having a beer when you get home? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, well, I can't wait to tuck into these. I don't know why that's still sitting there unopened. They're like one of the greatest snacks. If you're drinking beers, you tuck into the old Twiggy sticks. Next minute, you know you've eaten half the packet. I mean, for me, jerky. Jerky is the shit. But yeah, jerky is so fucking expensive. I love good jerky. Yeah, good to hear, brother. Yeah, well, after that impy stout, I'll be pretty much cooked, unless like someone I know does like a live or something. I'm like, fuck it, I'll join them and crack a few more. It's probably the beauty of holidays. Don't really give a fuck what's going on, so. I'll be cooking. See, that's the thing. It's like I probably shouldn't be staying up too late because I want to join Beer Man. Oh, fucking hiccups. And before I start his show, I want to cook up my McSmallies, which is English muffins with, yeah, like your fried egg, your bacon, your cheese, and like hot sauce. So it's like a fucking like a McMuffin from Macca's, but better with my little flair on. Fucking oath. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? It's like the more I'm smelling this, I'm getting like some dankness. It's a little musty. I feel like I'm in an old cabin in the middle of the woods. My poor Labrador boy's got a bit of a skin irritation today. So he's all like red around the eyes and keeps scratching at it. And I'm like, oh, it's nothing worse. He was rolling around in like, because I just had the lawns cut recently, rolling around in like sort of some excess grass right down the back of the yard. And yeah, now his eyes look like a fucking mess. Poor fella. Cheers. Nearly impy stout time, guys. In the words of the great beer master Alex, after the impy stout, I will be seeing you in 20 years. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Well, I best go take a quick photo and then I won't have to take any more for the rest of the night. But let's get back onto the Finback one drop. The great state that Jimmy C used to live in, New York, is where Finback are from. They have a pretty good reputation of their dark beers. From what I drank of it before, it was the sort of beer like 10 years ago I would have raved over, but I just felt more advanced palate, older, wiser, prefer more traditional. I just found it a little bit too sweet, so let's see how we go for the revisit. I'm going to go take a quick photo of it now and I'll be back. See you in 20 years. Yeah, boy. Is that towards me? You think I need a coffee stout? That would be a good. That would be a good suggestion. There's no way I planned to be going for this long, but it has been exciting nonetheless. So let's revisit this bad boy. The sixth of the six birthday beers by One Drop. Imperial Stout, or Imperial Pastry Stout, should we say, 10%. Finback collab called Skewer. Nice whale on the front. Reminds me of my hometown. We were known for our whales where I lived. A 7 malt combo. Cacao nibs, vanilla bean, toasted coconut. And as I said before, it was always going to be a beer I liked, but it was how well executed was it going to be? Initial thoughts, I got the vanilla. I didn't get much of the coconut, but there was just too much sweetness. The sweetness overpowered the malt backbone, even though it was quite roasty. So yeah, let's see how it goes on the revisit. It's definitely warmed up a bit. I'm not getting coconut on the nose once again. I'm actually getting more of the roast now. Yeah, dark chocolate, coffee, biscuit, maybe like a burnt caramel, vanilla. But yeah, no sort of sign of that coconut that they promise. I'm going in, boys and girls. Good luck. I mean, it's decent. But yeah, it's just I just feel like it's out of balance. I just feel like you get too much of that sort of that cacao nib, that sort of chalkiness from the nib, that sweetness from the vanilla. Sort of to me, it overpowers, it overshadows the malt base. And they've got this huge malt base, 7 different malts. If there was, yeah, like more of a harmony, more of a balance, I feel like it'd be a really good beer. But I just get too much sweetness. The roastiness sort of fades. I still like the beer, but yeah, it's not going to be like, it's not a world beater. It's not elite level or anything. As I said, the Hawker's beer I had last night, the bourbon barrel aged X, I would drink that any day of the week over this. That had sort of big Russian imperial vibes with sort of a bourbon, woodsy, sort of spicy, yeah, like caramel barrel character. Yeah. So I think I'm going to stick with my two favourites. I think every day of the week you'd think that the Finback Impy Stout would have been in the favourites at least, or maybe top two. But yeah, it's weird to think I'm giving a fruit sour a wrap up, but I just think it's very good quality. So yeah, out of the six, the top two in no particular order. Tripping Animals collab. So they're out of Miami, Florida. That's a triple fruited Florida Vice at 6.5%. I just think for what it is, it's fucking awesome. Very impressed by it. And then the Cloudwater collab, and they're out of Manchester, England. The double dry hopped, double IPA with clean fusion, 8.1%. Very, very good IPA. As far as double IPAs go, of the hazy kind, this is the sort of shit you want to be drinking. Yeah, like complex, sort of bright notes. Had a bit of everything. Low bitterness, creamy mouthfeel. Yeah, but yeah, all in all, I think they've done really well with this 6th birthday setup, lineup, if you may. I think all 6 beers have hit in different ways. And I like the fact that they've all been, yeah, different styles, utilize brewery friendships from around the world. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, they've done really well. And a brewery like One Drop, it's only going to get better. You could just imagine what their 10th celebration will be like. But yeah, I do love the fact that, yeah, when breweries have birthday celebrations, they do special beers. It does make it exciting for the punters. So yeah, we'll just about wrap it up here, I think. We'll just get into the last few comments and sip away on this bad boy. 4 hours. That is insanity. Cheers again, Angie. Just about to wrap it up, mate. It's a beer review and it's gone for 4 hours. That's pretty insane. But yeah, it's sort of like 6 beers of good quality, and I've sort of like went back and revisited them instead of just drinking them the once. Oh my god, this fucking coffee table. I need it. Oh, now there's more from there. I need a fucking maid. I've just got so much shit that needs to be like cleaned up and sorted out, and I just don't have the time for it. I remember one of my mates about 5 years ago had a lady that come round and cleaned his house. And I was like, you lazy cunt. Like, that's ridiculous. I can't believe you got someone coming around cleaning. And, like, in all honesty, I'm at that stage myself where I feel like I need it. Like, I just think time's more important when you're working. Spending your time at work and that, because you come home and you're fucked and you want to do other shit. You don't have time to be doing this other crap. Especially, like, if you don't have a partner, you have to do everything yourself. So I could sort of see where he was coming from. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I want someone to clean my house now. how much do they cost? Just little things like the bathroom and yeah, like I don't know, like the oven and stuff like that. You just don't have time for. Yeah, I've just got a little setup here of stuff that I'm about to fuck off in the next few days. But yeah, the ones to my left, I've got like cans I want to hold on to. So they're all just sort of stacked up neatly. And once it gets to a point, I'll put them in boxes or a bag and put them out in the garage. It's fucking annoying. But yeah. Is anyone live at the moment? Is anyone planning to go live? Is there anything to be excited about? I know Beer Man will be live in, I'm going to say, roughly 6 hours. And then I'm thinking Eric's going to be live in 7.5 or something like that. But yeah, probably not much else apart from that. Maybe some UK guys. I haven't even checked YouTube, like not since about a couple hours before I started. Yeah. I don't know, just once I finish work, if I've got to go do the shopping, like walk the dogs, feed the dogs, cook dinner, do my laundry, it's like I just cannot be fucked doing anything else. So stuff like, I don't know, just general cleaning of like, yeah, little things like coffee table, window sills, yeah, like the bathroom, just all that sort of shit. It just gets left on the wayside because it's like, yeah, you got to have time for yourself just to do the shit you want to do. I mean, it's easy when you live by yourself because you can sometimes get away with being, I don't know, not a pig, but just not as cleanly as some people like. Yeah, it's a tough gig. I hate cleaning bathrooms. I fucking hate it. Shower screen's always an absolute prick. That's the hardest thing, I reckon, cleaning the shower screen, getting it right. As far as cleaning the toilet and the basin and the bath and that goes, like it's pretty easy if you keep on top of it. But Yeah, I just always find shower screens, and especially if you're in sort of a bathroom where it's cold and damp and doesn't get much light, just even like the walls and all that sort of shit. It's annoying as well. But I'm out of here. So yeah, that stout, decent, but as I said, just a little bit too sweet. Um, yeah, good on one drop. Happy 6th birthday to them. Uh, as I said, I'm going to Sydney for a couple of days in early June. Could even end up at one drop again, but probably more than likely going to a couple of other Sydney breweries. Hopefully I can go there for longer than 2 days, but it's going to depend on the dogs. So yeah, trying to think what I've got next on. Maybe some American craft beer reviews next few days. I might do that White Bay Core Range one. So I've got 4 core range beers from White Bay. They're out of Sydney. It'll be similar to this, where I'm doing like a couple of beers in one hit, but they're all pretty light, so I certainly won't get much of a buzz. It'll be a lot quicker and easier. Yeah, got some more brew hosts, got Pliny double dry hop, got Monkish, got some good Aussie hype as well. Yeah, thanks everyone that sort of hung out with us tonight. It's been another successful stream. Yeah, I feel like when I'm consistent, I feel like the numbers are good and you're getting the same people joining, and yeah, I just love that interaction and the banter, and yeah, that's a good thing about going live with your reviews. I mean, it can be hard because you obviously, yeah, you're there drinking live on a weeknight, so you got nowhere to hide, sort of thing. But um, yeah, like I wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't give a fuck what people think, sort of thing. Pretty open to what anyone has to say. Yeah, like I mix it up with the styles. Yeah, that's the best thing about it, Angie, just the interaction. That's what I do it for. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a beer reviewer. I love beer. It's all about the beer and stuff. But yeah, to me, it's more about the people and the community. And I could fucking sit here and, I don't know, talk about bathroom tiles. And if people still like me for me, they might still chime in and listen. Like, that's more what it's about, the characters. And yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Let's just say that. Ever since I started my channel, I've really enjoyed it, and I feel like I'm sort of getting rewarded at the moment for the work I've been putting in. So hopefully it keeps rolling on. But yeah, thanks everyone for the support, and we will see you again. If you want to check us out, actually, tomorrow morning, Beer Man's all spun out. I should be on that, sort of like a quiz show, review show setup. So those of you that aren't familiar with Beer Man, go check him out, subscribe to him. And then possibly after that on Eric's, who's Thomas Metal or Massachusetts Beer Reviews. Same sort of thing, do a review, goes around the panel. Yeah, hopefully I'm on both of them tomorrow because I'm not at work. So yeah, thanks again, everyone. And yeah, it's been another good show. We'll see you again soon. Cheers.